And we are recording. I hope that didn't get caught, Rencois. Anyway, Agathar, please, by all means,
fine.
Agathar.
We're not monetized anyway.
Shush. So hi, I'm Agathar, your local good boy necromancer rogue who's definitely not going to get assassinated in about 5 minutes.
Don't worry about that. All right then. Next up, we have Percival. Say hi to the people.
Hello, I am Percival Hemora Hemlock, the group's wizarding diviner, and Grump.
Nice. Rencois, say hi to the people.
Hello. I play. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I just drank milk. Yeah. But yes, I play Rencois, the group's resident spores druid / monk / somehow team mom /
Harem
currently in
initiate.
the middle of gay harem initiate. Yes. Gay panic induced Benui
All right then. Soren, say hi to the people.
of oh god,
Hello,
there's
how's
not
it-
one
how's it
but
going? Welcome to
two
stream.
lady.
Okay. Soren, say hi to the
Hi.
people.
I mean, I did, but hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to stream.
Who
Yeah.
are you?
I am me.
Alright, we're not getting anything out of him. He's not the one
Oh,
with the brain cell
fine.
at the moment.
Oh, fine.
No,
fine.
I am you.
I'm
Is
Soren,
he?
the group samurai.
Nice.
Are you happy?
Yes,
No.
I am happy. I am satisfied. Vaelyn, say hi to the people.
Hello, everyone. Playing Vaelyn, and currently the Rave Cleric, and disappointment.
Problem child.
The disappointment of the group. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
first good thing you've said.
Oh,
And
Like you said, the problem child.
oh.
Rencois, that might have been caught on my side of the recording, so have fun.
Oh, okay.
We'll add it in post.
At any rate, with that, and I, as always, am your dungeon master extraordinaire for this here D&D campaign. Woo! Yeah. I am the deathly Shad, as always, and I am here to bring about my players to their lovely little stories and so on and so forth. Please feel free to tune into the Twitch to have the little pre-stream showcase, and if you're watching this on YouTube, there's a after-stream showcase as well, where we simply talk and vibe and hang out with members of the community for a little bit before and after the stream. If you want to catch us live, go ahead and do that. We'll be live at the same time as this video goes up on Wednesday, but on Tuesday instead, on Twitch. Ooh. But still,
Same Benui time, same Benui channel.
same
And the same
Benui.
Benui player.
So, when last we left our heroes, they had just finished doing a little bit of R&R, having some interesting relations in the form of Soren and Terra Softpaws having a lovely little morning together. Rencois not sleeping
Heyo.
and being put to sleep by Neotal with a lovely little piece of piano music. Vaelyn getting his shit pushed in by the local cleric Lana after he rejected her offer to give him a memory back, and then afterwards he's like, yeah, shit, sure, fine, I'll take it. You've beaten some sense into me, maybe, I don't know. And then he remembered a childhood memory.
Absolute nothing.
And then he remembered a childhood memory where
Nothing that meant to him.
he and her spent a lot of good time together. Percival didn't get a lot of screen time, but she ran off and did other things. And Agathar ran off to go and see something at the college. What is he going to go see? Who knows? I don't. But we can certainly find out as I pan ye old camera down to Our first victim, player of the night.
Not beat around the bush.
Percival,
Hello.
what are you doing today? You went out
well,
to go do stuff.
Not dying.
I had a task to complete. Now that it's done, I'm making my way back to the inn near the end of the day.
Near the end of the day. All right then.
Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
I imagine I kind of like make my way in. I've got like charcoal smears on my cheek, and just like my clothing's kind of like dirty and dusty. But I'm patting it off as I head in, and I sit by the hearth. Is anyone else here?
Currently I believe Soren is probably out at the time you get there. Vaelyn is probably there, and I believe Rencois would also be there as well, unless either of you would like to say otherwise.
I got nothing.
Say how much later would this be?
Much
Because it's a
later.
question of whether or not she's.
Not like when
5 in the
sundown.
afternoon.
Yeah, sundown.
She
So,
might
this-
have woken up by then,
Yeah. You
but
definitely
she's
got
probably
the
like
letter then.
just waking up.
Yeah, you definitely got the letter then and the prize money.
I was gonna say, so it's just Vaelyn down here?
For now.
Just Vaelyn, huh? I guess I've got no one to talk to.
Oh.
Fair enough.
So
Leaves and goes to their cart.
I would imagine Soren would still be in the bar if he had nowhere else to go. It's like he would basically be waiting in the bar for the Pan Flute trainer.
Well,
So
no,
if-
you're not there. This is the afternoon. You'd be gone by now.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is
okay.
like 3 or 4 hours after Vaelyn got his ass kicked.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's still like that same day.
Yes, same day, but kind of at the later in the
Yeah,
evening.
she's thumbing through a leather-bound book with a lot of like dog-eared pages and tabs that are glued into the certain sections, and she's writing something into it, sitting by the hearth. The crackling light kind of fluttering across her dirty features. Percy's kind of on a all her kick, so it's kind of she's not seeking anyone out at the moment. She's got aspirations and jobs to do, and it's at that point of the day where she's probably going to order something to eat, a drink, and then head to sleep and repeat the process until somebody decides they want to do something.
Okay then. Rencois, would you be making your way downstairs by this point in time?
Yeah, probably around this point. Should be kind of moseying her way down, kind of rubbing the sleep from her eyes.
You wipe the sleep from your eyes. You stand up. You sit up, and you feel well rested. Maybe not the best mentally, but you feel well rested at the very least. Neatal is not in the room with you, but you do note that there are 2 letters on your little nightstand.
So kind of work an eyebrow, pick up the first one.
That one's from Agathar.
She'll kind of just read through it.
Agathar,
Is
what's your
there-
letter read?
It was
Oh.
accompanied by a sack, like a small sack that looks like a small coin purse or whatever, and the letter just simply says, Lana kicked Vaelyn's ass, here's half of the prize money.
And she's just
XOXOXOXOXO.
I can't believe I slept through that. Truly a missed opportunity. But she'll pocket the gold and open the second letter.
Alright, the second letter is from Neatal specifically, and it reads, You looked cute while you were asleep. I have locked your door, and I put a note on the outside that you're not to be disturbed. If you are awake after having read this, then feel free to knock on my door if you have any more things you want to talk about. If not, then depending on what time of day it is, there will probably be food outside your door. Unless you want to eat food that's fresh from downstairs.
She'll kind of smile a bit. And she'll kind of, just kind of mutter to herself, I would have to be awake to read this. I'm not reading it asleep. But she'll chuckle and fold it back, set it back on the nightstand, kind of stretch out a bit. Food does sound lovely. And she's going to start making her way out and downstairs.
Alright then. You make your way out of your room. You open the door and you look down. You see that there is a small little pouch right in front of your door that has a little note that says, "Food for Rencois. No one else touch."
And she'll roll her eyes and kind of pick it up and start making her way downstairs.
Alright then. You make your way downstairs, and as you round the corner and go down the stairs, you enter the main common area. You spot Vaelyn by the bar, and Percival by the hearth, I want to say.
Yes,
Correct?
that is
Yep.
the word.
And the moment she spies Percival, she kind of freezes in place up a bit, kind of like just fiddling with the pouch. And she just kind of blinks her eyes hard a couple times. Okay. You can do this. You can do this. It's just conversation with Percival. You've had plenty of them before. It's not like this. Oh God. And here goes the internal monologue of panic as she's kind of just standing like on the last step, just staring weirdly at Percival.
Percival, what's your passive perception?
14.
You spot Rencois in the stairway, awkwardly standing there.
Yep. They're awkward a lot of the time.
You know what? Fair.
Actually, they've been like consistently awkward most of the time recently. So she senses no change or difference. Though she does kind of curl a smile as she looks over at Rencois, who has like not Rencois, Vaelyn with their I don't know if they still have like a black eye or something.
Nah.
Puffed her face or cheek.
It's covered in bandages and ice packs.
Looking like done with the prize fight, eyes swollen shut. Fat lip. Something.
You should see the other guy.
Yeah, they look fine.
Yeah, they look totally fine.
But still,
But yeah,
Rencois.
no, she looks up like as she typically does, half-eyed before back to the notes that she's jotting down some kind of math.
For sure. Eventually Rencois will kind of shake herself out of it and kind of move over to Vaelyn at the bar. Not like kind of like the whole way she's like she thinks she's being subtle and she's not, of just like the occasional like side glance towards Percival. She doesn't sit at the bar. She just kind of like leans against his, as best she can with the height difference, kind of like leans up against his shoulder where he's sitting at the bar stool. You know, I have to say I'm a little bit sad.
About what?
Missing the show, little brother. Missing the show. And she just like slaps him on the back lightly.
Would you say Vaelyn would notice Rencois' eyes being all bloodshot from crying?
It's been like 8 hours of sleep.
I say, yeah, she's been sleeping. So
And there's been a good sleep.
yeah, so probably not.
Just thought I'd ask.
I mean,
And
it
you
is.
seem to.
It is weird that she's been asleep this whole time.
And talking to you.
Ooh.
She talks to him.
I'm just being a dick. I just thought at this point
Especially
we excommunicated Vaelyn.
By all means,
I know, right?
Vaelyn, please continue.
Now he's just the brother that we used to know.
Oh. You gotta hit me with the DMCA takedown notice real quick.
You didn't have to cut me off.
Run off like a little bitch and then never come back.
Ooh! Anyway, please,
Oh.
Vaelyn, go ahead. Continue what you were saying.
And you're not as subtle as you are. Seems you're avoiding Percy. Slept all through the day.
What?
Am I to assume correctly that you have chosen which one of the two you decide to go with?
She kind of like blink, and like very quickly like draws her head in close and is like whispering, You knew? They both.
Listen, I'm not as blind.
You
as you.
didn't think to tell me.
Who told Vaelyn? I need to know that much.
At 26
He-
insight,
he
that's
re-
what.
Yeah, a nat 20 insight roll is what told him.
Alright, fair enough.
Well, if it was a nat 20, it'd be a 27, but still high enough.
Oh.
And you say that I'm blind. I assume
Yes.
that you.
Yeah.
I assume that you knew. But
Wow.
here you are, just now realizing.
I'm gonna go out on my own, you know?
Apologies for not being as well versed in this as you apparently, oh wise one.
Oh no, I'm not saying that I'm wise or anything. I'm just saying you should be more aware of those around you. And
Yeah,
perhaps
well,
you might.
I am aware of that.
Apparently, yeah, you are now.
She'll kind of look down at the counter. Well,
Listen, I
well, I asked one brother for advice, so I may as well ask the other. Any ideas on what the hell's I'm supposed to do?
I'm not gonna admit that I'm the best. However, just go with what feels right. But I know I'm probably the last
The
one.
problem is that they both feel right.
it might feel right, but sometimes what right feels to you isn't what is right. I'm not very good at this.
Yeah, no, you're starting to sound like a traveler. Only without the questions.
Fair enough, but listen. Nothing is ever going to go your way. Sometimes
We
it just,
have to make our own ways.
yep. And sometimes the ways we think we make are not that of our own. Sometimes they are forced on us. So,
Yeah, well, my ways were much simpler when I was a hermit in the woods. That is for sure.
simpler times for simpler people, but we are no simple people. Do
I
not-
mean, dealing with Master Mel kind of does that to one.
Yep. Do not feel overwhelmed or underwhelmed. Should they both say yes or should one say no? The fault is not yours. It never was. And it never is.
Well, you are now 4 for 4 of people saying that it's not my fault, so maybe if I hit number 5, I'll start believing it. She'll give like a kind of like half grin.
Perhaps. But again, who am I to say what is truth? All of us are dealing with
Yeah.
something. To you, we know little what Percival is dealing with. Agathar, well, it's Agathar. Soren,
That is perhaps the truest statement you have said.
Soren searches for a past. You are dealing with your heart. Everyone is dealing with something, whether others know it or not. Sometimes time is not right for some things. Do not force it upon anyone or force it upon yourself.
She'll kind of sit and kind of like very gently shake her head up and down. I suppose so. Well, how are you actually feeling after the fight? Anything bruised besides your ego?
Oh, my ego was never bruised. I'm
Insight.
still.
This is a very insightable moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like I'm gonna cite the shit out of that. Just for shits and giggles. Come on, load. Load, damn you.
Alright, well, that's loading.
Ooh.
Well, proceed.
It's not so much bruise as it. He's still waiting for Lana to come back to deal with something else. Or yeah, it's not so much of bruised ego, more like, why do I have to do this roundabout way just to get something of an answer?
Well, things don't always really come simply.
That is true.
Growth through adversity and whatnot.
Whether it be life
I
or
wish there was a
love.
little bit. I do wish there was a little bit less adversity sometimes. At least emotionally.
It is just the way of the world. But I'm still waiting for Lana and Eloise to get uh, their potions dealt with. The whole memories is reminiscent of the orbs. Two perspectives.
Mm. Like seeing it through dual eyes.
You could say that. But if it is something that I must deal with to get some reminiscent of questions answered, although not ones that I want, then I shall deal with it.
What did you see anyway? The letter Agathar left me legitimately just said that she kicked your ass and there was prize money.
A little shit. I don't think he gave me my half. I don't know. But it's hard to explain, but it's more of what I felt that stays with me. For most of the sliver of memories is mostly the weight of something. And then for a brief moment, the weight was lifted, and that was the end of it. But again, it's not something that I sought. It is more a means to an end.
And much like the orbs, to interpretation.
To a sense. I did say similar. Did I not?
I suppose you did.
But I would say let me cast a few enchantments to help you resolve yourself, but alas, I am spent for the day. Suppose we're never going to get into that dungeon at this rate.
I mean, is that truly the worst thing in the world?
At this point in time, the both of you hear a heavy thud on the ground behind the both of you, along with the slight hissing of a snake. And then, a familiar voice.
Oh no!
So, I heard that, some people want to come out a bitch. Huh? Huh? Is that right? And the two of you turn, you see Miss Rivendell, the dean of the college, ch-ldr-n, not standing there, but coiled behind the both of you, towering a good 9 feet tall over the both of you, with her tail coils kind of like curling in on themselves and boosting her up a bit. Tattoos flickering along her arms and along her tail as well. She just stares down. Oh, I recognize you. You hit the gem. That was a funny little trap, wasn't it? She pokes you on the snoot, Rencois.
Hysterical.
I have a question, if you'll allow.
Yeah, what's up?
Do I see that?
Yeah. It's very open.
I'd like to do something.
Sure, what you want to do?
Oh Lord.
While Rivendell is focused on them, I would like to cast Silent Image from behind my book.
All right.
I'm going to cast an image of Regina with the broom behind her, and then use prestidigitation to make the sound.
Fair enough. All right then. You.
She has a very, and the image of her has a very like agitated, perturbed
Oh
face
yes.
on.
Yes, I know. And as Jerlam is kind of like lording over the two of you, just like, oh, so you're going to come at a bitch, huh? Huh? Finally, someone's gonna get to come at me. It's been forever, I tell you, since anyone's come at a bitch. And you, and she points at Rencois, you were the last person to. And she's like, and she freezes immediately. No. My old nemesis is here. She then, like the final girl in the middle of a horror movie, who's just like doing the slow turn to see the serial killer. She does like the slow turn, and she looks down. She's like, "Ah, an image of Regina, an illusion! Ah!" And she immediately just starts slithering away, just like, no, not the broom. And she slithers around it, and then just boom, out the door, just gone.
Okay.
Wonderful.
The image kind of like dissolves away as Percy pulls her hand back, pulls a pen up, and goes back to jotting notes and equations.
God fucking Shalotly.
Runs just kind of puts a hand to her heart and just looks over to Percival. Oh, thank you for the assist.
Is this a full body turn or just a head turn?
Full body turn, and then she realizes, oh fuck, I'm talking to her, and freezes again.
So as Rencois is facing Percival, Vaelyn will just kick her in Percival's direction.
Roll athletics. Let's see how far you punt Banui.
I am quite small.
Oh, goddamn.
You nudge her off the chair.
Wow.
You find that you've broken a toe during the scuffle, and now only just discovered that it's broken.
Yeah, right.
Oh. Oh. You give her a kick like Aragon, like Aragon kicked the helmet in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, did you know that he?
Yeah.
Fucking Rencois' rock hard ass just breaks his toe.
Did you just say Aragon?
Yeah.
God damn you, Shad, that is the wrong person.
Yeah.
That's a whole different book.
Whatever. Whatever. Continue
The
on.
Lords of the Ring.
You know what
Aragon
I'm
is
talking
from
about.
a whole different series.
I
God
know.
damn it, Shad.
I read the Inheritance Cycle. I thought it was kind of neat. Moving along. You give Rencois the boot. She doesn't exactly take too well to the boot. She falls off the chair very lightly, and your toe breaks.
Alright, and might as well guidance also. That's as much as I can do. Just cantrips. No, seriously, that's all I can do. I have no spell slots.
She'll just kind of turn back to give a light glare, and then kind of slowly, like, sidle her way over towards Percival. Just kind of like the two hands like behind her back, kind of stands a little to the side and back. What you working on?
And that is where I'm gonna pause you guys.
Okay.
God.
Fuck.
As we wind back the clock a little bit, and we pull camera away from the awkwardness of Rencois and Percival, and we zip on down the street to follow a tiny little kobold as he makes his way through the streets of Deepwood. Agathar, you're going to the college.
Making my
you're going
way
to the college, aren't you?
downtown.
He's going to the college. Kind of the arms sort of outstretched, the little like shy nervous little guy run. As he's still kind of like trying to recover from the comment. And he's like thinking to himself, like, I know she did it to mess with me, but I guess is what they mean when they find out discovering what you're into. Now get your head out of the gutter, look around. Eyes forward.
Eyes forward. And as you're moving throughout the streets, you hear a pair of footsteps for the briefest of seconds before you feel something hard and cylindrical pressed against your back. And you hear a voice. All right, you little rat.
Oh, is this fucking Jenkins?
You're gonna come with me to the alleyway
Son of-
nearby. I got questions for you.
Yeah, that's kind of sobers him up kind of fucking immediately.
But yes, it is
What?
Jenkins.
How?
God damn it. Jenkins was like the third person I was thinking of ambushing me. All right. He's like, yeah, all right.
Good. Come on. And he kind of like roughly pushes you a bit, but he gets you into an alleyway and he puts you against the wall, and you see that he has his gun trained on you. This cold seal implementation that put you down in 3 hits earlier. And as he looks at you, he says, "Don't even think that it ain't loaded with real rounds this time." And you see that. Roll an insight.
Yeah, for sure. Normal insight. Yep. Oh, 21. It almost led onto that 3.
He is nervous.
Okay.
He is objectively terrified right now. He looks like a man on his last ropes. He has these dark bags under his eyes. He has a bit of a quiver to his gun hand, but it's still steady. And he is constantly shifting his gaze left and right, trying to peek on either end of the alleyway to make sure he doesn't get ambushed. But he keeps you in his vision at all times.
Right.
But he looks really nervous. All right, little rat. What'd you and your fucking team do?
I think you're gonna have to be specific.
Specific? Okay, fine. You raided that compound yesterday, right? A couple days ago? God, I don't fucking know anymore.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah? Did you kill Bethany?
Agatha kind of looks at him a little surprised. Not the real one, no, but...
Fuck. So he's cleaning house now. Oh, this is good. This is fucking great.
So you know him.
Look, I don't know shit, okay? And whatever you and your little fucking team did, they pissed him off. They pissed off Big Boss, and now he's cleaning house. Sent fucking Grim after me. God fucking... But no, look. I know a way to get back into his good graces, okay? And you? You're gonna help me out, you little fucking rat. Because you're gonna come with me. And I'm gonna bring you to him. And then, well, we both get a little bit of revenge on the little shit heel that thought he could fuck with Big Boss.
I look at the gun and then up at him. So you think he already had an opportunity to end me and he didn't take it. What makes you think if you bring me in, he'll do it?
You think that he kills people? No. Nah, he does so much more than that. As I'm sure you know.
Yeah, I'm beginning to understand that.
So, and he takes a step forward. So, are you gonna make this easy for me? Or are you gonna make it hard for me? Because I don't really much give a shit anymore what you fucking do.
Is that? My God, it's Soy Fang with a steel chair.
Yeah, right. He'll okay. All right. I already have been the wrong end of that thing with rubber bullets. You got me. Fine.
Good. And you watch as his neck distends as a thin cord crosses right along it, and he begins to bleed a little bit from it as he is lifted a little bit into the air, almost as if he's being held against someone's chest. His hands coming up to his neck and scrabbling at that cord around it, but they can't find purchase. His face turning blue and then purple as he's just and his arms go limp. He's held there for another half a minute or so. What do you do?
Can I see anybody behind him?
No, you can't.
I'm gonna climb the fucking wall. I'm going to the roof.
You try, and you climb along the wall until you hit an invisible barrier.
Oh shit.
You know this spell.
Oh shit.
And you hear from beneath you, "Go on ahead and come back down, boy. I ain't here for you." And you hear the collapsing of a body slumping onto the ground as Jenkins is dead.
I'm just like clinging to the wall, looking down.
Take his gun. Give it to Percy.
And
Oh god.
Jesus.
And there's a shimmer in the air as this figure removes their hood from their head. And you see a black-cowled figure with a black-cowled tabaxi man. Very big. Like, very large. Like, I want to say roughly 6'8", 7'2".
Daddy? Sorry.
Big for a tabaxi, even. And you see in his right hand a garrote wire. And if you'd like, I would allow you to roll an Arcana.
Absolutely. Is this for a spell effect?
No, it is not for a spell effect. It is for something else.
Okay. 15.
15. That looks to be adamantine wire.
Okay.
And it is currently dripping blood. And this guy, he runs a hand through his hair and cracks his neck a bit.
So you're Grim, I take it.
The one and only. You see him pocket that garrote wire into a little bag on his hip. As he pulls out another bag and leans down and picks up Jenkins' body. And, take it you're Agathar,
That would be the one and only.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm a fan of your work. And he takes Jenkins' body and he puts it inside the bag as it just slides into it. But before it slides all the way in, he grabs the man's utility belt and rips it off of him before dropping it to the ground. Can you keep a secret?
I tend to keep a lot of secrets.
Good.
Why not? Why not one more?
Then, why don't you keep the secret of seeing little old me? At least for now. In exchange, I'll let you have a little something.
Okay.
Well, I like things and living.
Yeah, especially that last part. Fuck, there goes my train of thought.
So you think help?
Yeah, right.
Stranger danger.
He's straight, exactly.
First of all, you slide down the wall and stand back up again on the ground.
I crawl down it, like sort of not going like face down. I'm just kind of like climbing down, sort of keeping my front to him. So I kind of go on like eye level with him. I don't drop to the ground yet, but I go on eye level.
All right. He has these piercing amber yellow eyes. Seem to peer straight through you. And if you'd like, you may roll a perception.
Yes, please. And there it is.
That's a no.
I don't see dick. Yeah, I guess he's like, well, I guess I can keep a secret as long as, well, I don't see you on the other end of that wire.
Not yet. But who's to say what the future holds? He leans down, he picks up Jenkins' handgun, and he holsters it into his little belt. And he says, "Here you go, kiddo. Have a gun."
Go commit crimes.
So he put the gun in my waist, or
He put the gun in the holster that was from Jenkins' waist.
oh,
and
on
handed
the
it to you.
okay. Yeah, I kind of look at the belt and then at him. And who do I owe the pleasure of you meeting me here? Is it Bethany or Big Boss?
That would be spoiling things. But let's say it's an interested party.
Fair enough. Well, I should thank you for dealing with some trash. And I kind of look at where Jenkins was.
It's my
And then-
specialty.
I can tell you're very good at it.
He's still offering it.
Oh yeah, he takes it.
Takes it?
Right, because Jenkins goes missing and Agathar's found with his gun. That's not going to look very suspicious at all.
Oh, no, not at all.
Look, who's gonna look for fucking Jenkins?
I mean, I guess this is fair.
We're like,
It's
good
fine.
riddance.
It's fine. He's a rogue. It's fine.
fine,
He's a
he's a
rogue. He
human.
knows to file off the serial number.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
so
okay,
yeah.
guys. Jenkins was a human. Okay.
So yeah, he hands it off to you, and you take it, and you see this small little black square along the part where the slide would be, just underneath it. And as you are you kind of like putting your hand on it?
I think I'm inspecting it. So is the pistol, is it like a revolver or like an
It is a handgun.
M9? Okay.
It's like an M1911, pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay. 19. All right.
Maybe a bit bigger.
I gotcha. So it's like a deagle in his hands.
Yeah, pretty much. And secondarily, whenever you put your hand on it, the little black square at the very top of the hand, at the very top of the signature says ID not recognized.
I don't I don't know if you happen to know the way to work around this. He kind of motions to the black box.
Oh. I suppose it wouldn't be much of a gift if it didn't work. I might know a workaround from an old associate. And with that, he pulls out a small little black pill-shaped controller piece, and he clicks it, and it goes from ID not recognized to ID verified.
Okay. Much appreciated.
Have fun, kiddo. It'll only work for you.
Great. I get shot by this thing, and now I own it.
And with that, he simply strolls out of the alleyway, pulling up his hood back and disappearing from sight once more.
I just kind of watch him leave, and I just like looks at the gun, look at where Jenkins was, and he's just, why does this stuff always have to happen to me?
Well, do you try and leave?
I think I hop down finally, and is there like still like blood around?
There is no blood.
Okay.
I mean, there are like a couple drips, but they're like imperceptible. And with how much it rains, they're gonna be gone in a minute.
Okay, all right. So I kind of give a sigh, look at the belt, kind of put it in my bag of holding, and then great. Secrets upon secrets. I can keep a freaking book. And yeah, I think he'll kind of take a look around, give it a beat, and then head out.
You run into an invisible wall.
Agathar. But Agathar, it's not a secret if you put it into a book.
Is there no music right now?
No, there is.
It's
pretty low. It's low. Okay, so I guess this spell, I know it has to kind of end.
It lasts 10 minutes.
Yeah. So Agathar just kind of like
you bounce off of it and you're like, damn it.
Dang it. I'll give it a second. Bump it. Dang it. I guess I just like sit. Yeah, I sit I do the thing where I kind of like hit my back to it and slide down and crisscross applesauce, like really like annoyed. Well, least he could do is dispel the dang thing. And I sort of context, so I fade and just be like, please tell me you saw that, right?
Roll me a spell ability check.
Okay.
Also, very minor aside, after about 5 minutes, you fall backwards.
That's better. 23.
23? Okay. You ask her, please tell me you saw that, and she's like, was I supposed to be watching you?
Oh, that's fair. Just more shenanigans happening to me.
Huh.
I got a gun now.
Oh. Well, that's nice. What's a gun?
I'll show you later. It's some weird death machine invention from whatever its place is called. I can't remember. I'm flustered because now I'm starting to remember your comment. And he ends the connection.
Oh. Okay. After
Now he stands up
after
still,
about a
yeah.
about a minute or so, you hear. You didn't end the conversation in the right way, though.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't end it by saying mommy.
Yes, sorry.
Damn
I'm
it, Shy. I'm the
fine.
GM. Stop stealing my brain cells.
It's my turn.
I mean, do you want? Yeah, I was like, do you want me? I don't know anything about. You are messing with me.
In the words of some of the natives, maybe. Who knows? I don't.
Well, yeah. Sure, whatever. I just want. Yeah, I don't just want to keep this stuff happening to me. Dang it. And he's just walks to the college again.
Walks to the college again. Vaelyn died on the internet. Don't worry about him too much. He will be fine. He'll be fine. We're gonna go over to Soren.
Yes.
It's earlier in the morning. Agathar just pitter-pattered off. Lana and Vaelyn did their big fight. And you have been told that a little Miss Enwyn is coming to see you.
And he is still surprised by that news because she's coming an awful long way to see him for training.
I know, right?
But he's there in the bar, just sitting on one of the tables, and if nobody minds, he's got his pan flute out, just like randomly playing notes every once in a while.
Go ahead and roll performance.
Giggling madly.
Roll performance.
Yeah.
Is the music weird for anyone else?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Is it weird?
How about a
you?
26?
It's like it's like cutting in and out like that.
Oh, it is.
Oh yeah, it's
Damn
like really bad.
You might want to turn that off.
Out of here.
Be
Performance.
on.
It's my turn with the brain cell.
Oh,
So first of all, it would be it would be something that you're not proficient in. So it would be a 22 and not a 26, but it is still a very, very impressive flute song.
What would the bonus be?
It would be just flat charisma.
Yeah, because remember I've got expertise in performance. So
Oh.
if it's just charisma, then it would be a 20, a dirty 20.
Okay. I mean, hey, 20 works. 20 works. It's pretty good. Still, with a 20, you're getting nasty with it. You're playing a real good flute jam right there. And now to see if MusicBot will work.
playing Wonderwall.
It should work. I just came back.
Hooray!
It sounds better now.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
No, that's fine.
The bot was having a stroke.
Isn't it always? At any rate, so yeah, you are simply enjoying your pan flute. You're playing it, and the door opens up, and in walks a orc tally woman that stands at about 4'6", and she has, I want to say, let me look at things real quick. She has brown fur, although it has this slightly reddish tinge to it. And she's a bit more on the fluffy side of things. If she was to be a rabbit, she'd be like the really omega big floofy ones. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
The big old floofers. She has 2 ears that stand straight up. That add about another 4 inches to her height, and she is wearing a. She's wearing your typical bardish garb of a tunic and a pair of pants that kind of like cut down to just below the knees. Um, and she is also not wearing shoes because most people here in Vitrium don't wear shoes if they're of the, fur suasion, some might say.
Boo.
Shoosh.
Oh, I get it.
Oh my god. Um, and and as she looks around, she spots the lone pan flute player in the entire room, who's also a Harangon, and she gives you a very shy wave. Hi, 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 hi.
So Soren is kind of like not really paying attention to the door. Like he's just kind of like looking down at his flute, just like kind of like just again playing it a little bit, but concentrating on it fully. But then when she says hi, he stops and he looks up at her, and he says, "Hey, Emlyn."
Yeah, that's me.
He kind of like quirks an eyebrow and says, "Hello, And he gets up and walks over to her and extends his hand to shake hers and says, "I'm Soren. I think you're here to teach me."
Her eyes follow you up, and they are this very, 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 cute looking blue. And you see her go, "Oh my, you're tall."
He kind of
Daddy,
chuckles and
sorry.
goes,
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm here to teach you the old pan flute. Yeah. Sorry. Always a little bit nervous meeting new people, but I tend to be able to roll with things after a little bit of that initial awkwardness is out the way. But yeah, I'm here to teach you pan flute, although you don't seem to need much instruction. At least not for that song you were just playing. What would you name that?
You're talking about the song?
Yes.
Oh, I was just messing around trying to get a feel for how it, well, feels and sounds before you got here, so I'd be, a little bit better prepared.
She nods.
Don't
Understandable.
really have a song. I don't really have a name for it yet. In fact, I think I've already forgotten how to play it.
Well, I'm sure you haven't, not all the way. Why don't you? And you see her kind of like moving over to a chair to kind of like pull it out and hop up on it before she starts rolling up her sleeves a bit. Why don't we start with the basics? Go ahead and try and play it again.
He kind of like sits down and says, "What hmm, you seem a little nervous."
Me? No, I'm not. Well, I mean, I was nervous. I'm not nervous anymore.
All right, if you say so. Uh, so he sits back down and he goes, "So you want me to try it again, eh?"
Go ahead. Try it again.
All right. And this is actually, so this is just going to be a straight up charisma roll, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is actually -1. Like I said, oh wait, I'm rolling a save. Never mind this. But -1. 9.
9.
Just
You
roll a
don't.
straight charisma check. I can just click that.
Well, you don't really know what it is exactly that you were doing the first time, but now that you're kind of like being put on the spot, you kind of like try and hit a couple notes, and you're like, hoo doo doo, doo 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 doo, and
Honk.
she patiently listens. Let me do a thing for her real quick. Okay. She patiently listens. She gives it a nod, and she says, "Okay, so on a scale of like a sword to the face or a feather duster to the face, how harsh do you want me to be with my criticism?"
Sword to the face. Just let me know. Let me know how it is, because how would I learn otherwise?
Sword
He
to the
says with a
face.
smile.
Sword to the face. Got it. All right then. She takes a deep breath.
You're
She
a
puts
lost
her
cause.
she puts her hand. She claps her hands together in a little praying motion. She puts them in front of her face and she breathes in just like. It was bad.
Boy.
Stick
Like
to your day job.
really, really bad. Your tempo was off compared to earlier. You were too tense. You put a bit too much air in the actual in the you put a bit too much air on the reed, and it's a work in progress. There is a bit of potential because of earlier. It's just like I have to ask, were you trying, or were you just kind of, did you feel nervous because of me?
Well, I was trying. I think having someone actively listening to me was added a little nervousness to it, but it was also, like I said, I just got lucky. And this time, I couldn't really remember exactly how I did it, so it kind of just, oozed out in an unpleasant sludge-like form, he says while smiling.
You know what? That is very fair. That is very fair. And keeping in theme with that, how about we go through the scales real quick? You do know the scales, right?
He looks down and his ears kind of fall back a little bit and he shakes his head.
Okay. No problem, no problem. We can learn scales, and then we can go from there. She pulls out a.
You mean things you
flute.
weigh stuff with?
She pulls out a flute, gives it a little twirl, and then she gives it a blow. And she's able to go through her scales. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. So on and so forth. Soren,
And
by all
bark.
means.
Don't forget that last one.
Shut it. Soren, by all means, roll me a counter performance check to see if you can do the lovely scales.
So what Shad meant to say was dog, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, dog.
Shut it.
Anyways.
Boo.
Anyways. What was that, a charisma roll?
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. A 5 is all you needed to actually do the scales. They're not very good, but you get the general gist of them. And you can see she is giving you a very polite smile before she adjusts your fingers here and there. And she says, "This is that note. This is do. This is re. This is mi. Fa, sol, la, ti, do." Try again.
So there's a me, where's a you? Sorry, I'm not even gonna finish that. And he gets ready to.
She takes her flute and she gives you a little bap on the head. Stop it. It was funny.
Stop what?
But wrong.
Spend
You and your
one
little
time.
puns.
Spend one time with soft paws.
She gives you a little clap on that one. She gives you a little clap, just like, "Congratulations, you've managed to do scales. Now let's try and put them together into song form."
So he like gets ready with his flute, and he goes, "Okay, hold on a second. You hit me on the head. Did I say something that I shouldn't have? I have to tell you, I'm not very good with social signals."
She cocks her head to the left. No, you were about to make a bad joke.
Okay, good, because that's how it was meant to be. Anyways,
Yes. If you make a bad joke, I'll tap you on the head and call you a bad boy.
suppose I should get the bandages ready then.
I get who you are. You're a practical joker, aren't you?
I mean, it helps me to see the positive side of things. It's helped me to remain as upbeat as I generally am.
Understood. Understood. Then, Mr. Practical Joker, why not instead of practicing music here in this lovely little bar, why don't we hit the streets? Try it there.
His smile drops into a frown as like, hopefully you don't mean for a public.
No, I mean for the public.
Then his eyes fall down and as his head does at the same time he goes, "Oh dear. All right, I suppose it's got to start sometime."
Hey, look, the only way you're gonna get over stage fright is by being on the stage. And she kind of like she kind of like flicks her fingers out and little sparks shoot out, just like when she mentions the stage.
I figured I'd have to actually learn how to play it first before actually considering going on the stage.
Oh, really? Here I was thinking you samurai were all about trial by fire.
Well, generally we get trained first, but fine.
I showed you,
You know
the
what?
scales. They're basics. You can try it. You clearly have some talent for it.
But you know what? Sure, let's go out to the streets.
Plus, we can get away from that dog. Baxter keeps barking.
I know Roger's kind of an arsehole, isn't he?
Lay off the drugs.
And with that, the two of you leave the bar with no name and begin to make your way out and about when you used to go out. That candle's out.
Regina, it tastes like chocolate.
And while the two of you are off gallivanting around, we're gonna wind this here old clock forward, and we're gonna get back to Percival and Rencois.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh, here we fucking go.
So you ask her what she's writing, and she leans back a little to look up at you as she slowly closes the book. Equations for a project.
The one you've been like collecting for?
Yes, in a sense. A mix of things at the moment, between that and something else.
Oh, okay. You should kind of.
She gives you a sort of like an appraising look. You're antsy.
Would we? Could we talk? Maybe. Like somewhere private.
You see her expression, like her maybe like looking at you with the same kind of gaze she normally gives you, and her lips kind of were parted a touch out of just having said something, and before her mouth kind of shuts, and she stands. Lead the way.
Hmm?
She says, "Lead the way." Did I not come through?
I think you did now.
Ah, God, hold on. My internet is dipping, and you're cutting in and out for me.
Oops.
Say it one more time. I think it's solidified.
She's giving you like an appraising look, stands up with this little notebook under her arm as she kind of does a chewing motion before lead the way.
Right. My room, I guess, will be fine. And she'll kind of, again, she thinks she's being like subtle, but she's definitely very like woodenly like making her way up the stairs.
Percy hasn't quite put it together. She's assuming this has something to do with recent events, especially with Neatal, and in her mind she's hoping you're having some awkward situation with Neatal and you need someone to talk to. In the back of her mind she's like, good. Fuck that bitch. So yeah,
it is awkward.
She follows you, stuffing. You can hear her stuffing this journal into her haversack and latching it shut before you make it to the room.
And she will make her way over to the bed and kind of hop up onto it and kind of nervously like ball her hands together and kind of just rub at the knuckles.
I close the door behind us and like out of habit lock it. So you're struggling with something.
You could say that. Yes. Yes.
Did you intend to tell me what that was? I could guess, but
So, you know,
yes.
and she'll kind of like
she's kind of like leaning in and doing like a waving motion with her hand, like continue.
Things have been said, and looking at, I've done some introspection on the past and certain events and conversations and oh, to hell with it. Rip off the Band-Aid. You like me, right? Like, right?
She makes a good attempt at hiding the emotion she's currently feeling. As you can see, like her bottom lip curling into her mouth, and her eye kind of left eye stiffening to the point where it doesn't twitch, but there's a tension. And how did you come to this deduction?
She'll kind of like scratch behind, like paw at her ear a bit. Oh, well, I wish I could say I was I was smart enough to figure it out myself. Uh, Neatal mentioned it when she was drunk.
You can see her like strained neck, and she turns to her head to the left a little bit. You can almost hear like a crunch from her neck.
And then it put things in perspective, and then looking back, and she just kind of rests her face in her hands. And I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Because I like you, and I like Neatal, and you both like me, and you fucking hate each other. And I don't know how this works where everyone's happy. I don't think it works where everyone's happy. I think it works where I have to make a choice. And it's not an easy one.
That last part
And
you see kind of like hits her with a tightening of her jaw.
I mean, she has her face in her hands, so she absolutely doesn't see it.
No. I can say I'm surprised it was Neatal and not Eloise who thought she had to nose herself into my business.
If it makes you feel better, she came by later. Neatal just beat her to the punch.
There's just a loud slam as she beats her fist across against the door as it like makes a dull ringing sound. Of course, she thought to do that as well.
And
in the back of your mind, Rencois, you can hear Eloise saying, "Don't mention me."
Bum bum ba da 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 da.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
well,
Rip.
she is emotionally compromised
Oh,
and
for
has
sure.
quite literally slept since then.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Would you like my opinion?
But the slam is enough that like she like kind of jumps and pulls her hands from her face. I want you to be happy is what I want.
You didn't even know I was interested.
Yeah, well,
It should have stayed that way. Until you either developed feelings or got to a point where this didn't happen. That woman you say you care about doesn't. That I know. I know her type.
I don't know any types. I
know you don't know any types. I'm watching you make terrible mistakes one after the other, and I'm doing my best to guide you. I didn't make any moves. I didn't step in and try and devote some kind of relationship to someone who doesn't even know the slightest thing about it. And then this woman walks into your life, and the first thing on her mind is getting into your pants. Give me a synopsis of that. And she lifts her fingers up to make a air quotations date she attempted to bring you on. A lot of physical contact, a lot of touching.
I mean, on the carpet ride, but I don't deal well with heights.
Did you tell her that?
I did.
Did she insist on the carpet ride anyway?
She asked if it was okay if we kept to the rooftop.
She's like leaning on the
And
door now and
kept it
pulling
slow.
the brim of her hat over her face as she continues.
But yeah, kept it low and kept it slow. And took me to a spot that kind of overlooked the city and had a picnic. I mean, it was nice. It's I don't know if I'd recommend her open a restaurant anytime soon, but I don't know. It's
You like the way she makes you feel. You like the attention. You haven't had that sort of attention before.
she just kind of still like looking down in a way, but just kind of nods. I've I mean well between being raised by Mel and training and duties, it was never really something in the cards. It was always just something to be read about in those trashy novels Mel thinks she has hidden.
Let me ask you something else. Do you think she intends to leave her group? Their aspirations, their grand scheme to travel with us, be with you? Does that come up at all?
I can't remember if that has or not, because Shy Knight has slept since then.
It hasn't.
Yeah, she hasn't said
I was
anything
gonna
about
say, I didn't think so,
that. Yeah.
but I wanted to be sure. Well, not exactly, no.
Let me give you a synopsis of her best outcome in her eyes. She'll woo you, make you feel very nice, get you in bed, and then the first opportunity her group has to leave, she'll be gone and out of your life. And then those kind and sweet feelings you felt for her will become a whole. That I know. I, on the other hand, am not trying to court you. I don't think you're ready for that.
I mean, maybe, but I don't think anyone's ever, ready for it. It kind of, I mean, it has to just happen eventually, yeah.
You can do an insight if you want.
Sure. Let's see if I can roll anything decent. I cannot.
No.
All right. No, you don't see what Percy's feeling in the moment. I don't like seeing you hurt, Rencois. I've come to care about you and your little family. And I can see this railway break a mile away. This person's going to hurt you. Completely. In a way you've never been hurt before.
that a gut feeling, or like your like divination stuff, or
She exhales. I
is
am
it she she kind of winces for a bit. Is it
experience.
I was gonna ask, yeah.
I am not as green as you.
I mean, you are very green.
She you,
That's a good one. That's a good
you see
one.
her like almost like the hat brim lifts slightly before it's kind of like leaning back. Like you almost feel like a shrug. Like, did you find like that was the moment to say that in her body language before she
Perfect
drops the subject? Yes, I realize that I have green skin. The bards seem to love pointing it out, and then I like to send them on the 8-hour walk.
How do you feel about walks?
I'm not doing that.
I like taking enthusiastic walks through the park.
Now
I
it's your turn with the brain
please.
cell.
It's been done to me. I've seen it done to others. You are not the first caravan guard I have hired. You are not the first people I've traveled with. You are not the first person I have had feelings for.
I mean, I suppose it would be foolish to expect that. I mean, you're a lot more like traveled and I guess worldly wise.
Perhaps. I am not trying to influence your decision. Do what makes you feel right in the moment, but no. That I don't see a good outcome with that woman. She tries too hard, and she's far too physical for someone just starting a relationship who isn't in it for something else.
And what about you?
What about me?
Well, I mean, how? And she's like still looking away, but and like kind of blushing and like scratching her cheek. I mean, how do you imagine us going?
She stands there quietly against the door, hat pulled over her face. Before she grabs the brim of it and pulls it up, her eyes drawn away. I don't see the best outcomes. I would only hurt you too.
I see.
She does finally look at you. I'm not the type to enjoy lying to people I care about.
Mm, What what makes you think that you will hurt me? You you seem to think Neotol will hurt me by getting what she wants and then running off afterwards. That doesn't seem like your style.
No. No, it's not. I feel like you only know people so well. And I'm afraid. That's all.
I mean, I believe we've had questions about how often I'm afraid. And I believe, to paraphrase your advices, was not to let that fear hold you back. Because if you're stuck living in fear, then you're not really living to your full potential, right?
You did say that. I don't know if I could tell you properly why. Because if I did, you'd leave.
I find that a bit hard to believe, but I'm not going to cry. Just, it'd take a lot to make me leave.
She smiles at you with her mouth like has a smile, but you could just see very sad eyes. I know. That's what I'm afraid of. And she shifts a little and unlatches the door. I think I should go. I think I need fresh air.
Um, Very well. If it makes you feel better, and assuming you believe her, Neotal has already said that if I, that if we become a thing over her, she won't be upset by it. Hurt until she moves on, but she said that she would accept it. So, hopefully no ninja attempting to assassinate us in the sleep.
I
As
am not
she gives
worried.
like the most awkward half smile.
She she exhales a little. I am not worried about Neatal or her feelings. I am worried about what it will do to you. I've said enough. And she slips out and closes the door.
And Rencois will kind of let out a shaky breath and kind of looks down at the little bundle of food and she's like, I'm really not hungry. And just kind of sets it on the nightstand and wanders back downstairs.
As you
I need a drink.
As you step outside your door, you get. As you step outside your door, this is the door to your room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Percival, you're probably way down the hallway elsewhere, right?
Yeah,
Where does Percival go when she leaves the room?
She goes out on the town. Just goes for a walk.
All right.
A long, long walk.
All right. Rencois.
Not as long as that one bar.
Rencois, as you leave your room, you hear a voice from nothingness to your left. Tough conversation?
And she kind of blinks and looks about. I'm assuming that was Soy Fang's voice.
Nope.
Oh, no.
No, that was, Neatal decloaks.
Gross.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey yourself. Tough conversation, though.
Yeah?
Want to talk about it?
I think I need a drink and some time to process things before I worry about thinking about anything.
Fair enough. You know, if you wanted to go have a drink with her, she's probably not far gone.
Perhaps. Would, it might complicate matters, though.
How so?
Uh, I mean, I guess I don't really know.
I mean, I guess. Personally speaking, I think an eye on the town for the both of you might do you both some good. Get out of the same location, you know?
Maybe. Maybe, yeah.
She stands up from
Feels...
her squatted position. She looks a bit
Uh,
introspective. Do you have anything you would like to say? Like, GM saying, do you have anything else?
yeah, she kind of like chews on her lip for a moment. I did have a question.
What's that?
Um, what would, I guess, what would be like the plan with us? Like, if we were to get together, would you come with us? Would you stay with Eloise and her group and we just, like, what, talk through the stones or something? Or,
Well, we'd talk through the stones for sure. As soon as I finished my business with Eloise, then yeah, sure, I'd join you.
okay. Um, I think I'm gonna see about getting some air too.
She nods.
Um, see you later.
She gives a small smile. Go get your short stack.
And she'll just kind of nod and do the like kind of like couple like just steps backwards and kind of turns and makes her way down the stairs. And we'll run out and see if she can't catch sight of Percival.
I don't know, Shad. How much time has passed?
I would say that conversation, roughly 2 to 5 minutes. However, you're not hiding from just Rencois. You're hiding from someone else as well.
I also couldn't get terribly far because of my widow legs.
Mm-hmm.
Only waddle.
Winslow also has whittle way.
It's just like the really really tiny like quiet version of SpongeBob's footsteps.
All right, I'm being tailed by an individual. Who might that be?
That would be Rencois.
Well, you said someone else was after me.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, if Rencois can find you, then you don't have to worry about the other party.
Yeah, but I mean,
well,
Don't worry about it. Well, what would I be rolling to find?
Yeah, go ahead. What would Rencois be rolling?
Perception or investigation?
Probably perception, or you could do investigation, or you could just talk to people and ask them where the green halfling went.
where's the angriest thing you've seen gone? and in unison, like 4 to 5 people point down the road.
See,
Who's got
the only problem with that is that requires Rencois to talk to people.
Oh, that's fair.
So the first thing she's going to do is see if she can find them by herself.
Just ask where the fire is.
Percy's about 3 foot nothing with a big hat.
Like much like a man, if she can get away without asking for directions, she will.
Fair enough.
21.
She's like down the road, not like far enough that you just see her hat. But
Rens-
she's not exactly running.
I will
yeah,
say,
Rencois will kind of. Oh,
I will say, Rencois, with that 21 perception, you would also note a carpet flying along the air, but I would imagine if you were to approach Percival, he will not be getting a little message on your sending stone.
yeah, and she'll kind of start jogging after Percival.
All right. I don't know you're coming. Or maybe I do. I don't know.
Probably not.
Let me roll for smudge. Ugh.
Waifu alert!
Waifu alert!
You see Percy stop as you're running up to them and start to turn in your direction as you see the crow ink thing has like 4 or 5 eyes on one of its wings, kind of like shutting as you approach.
You've been detected.
With that 20, Shad,
Mm-hmm.
who else do I see?
I mean, you'll spot the carpet and the person on top of it, hovering just above the bar with no name, just watching. And then, if you don't run away and Rencois catches up, then that carpet flies off.
Alright, good. Fuck them. No.
But yeah,
kindness.
when Rencois is a bit closer, she'll kind of call out, "Oh, wait, Percy!"
She stopped, turning to face you as you arrived. Yeah?
Oh,
You can see
figured I figured I should get some fresh air too.
No.
Do you want to go out for drinks somewhere? See how the other places stack up against the BWNN? I'm not sure why we abbreviated it as the BWNN. It's the same number of syllables. It's like she's just like nervous rambling.
I mean, that's a hell of an insight to break. But you are you are a druid.
There's a chance.
Yep.
There's a chance.
And we nat 20. No.
Fuck.
We got
Rolling so
we got
bad.
another 5.
That's another 2. What the frick?
DM inspiration.
Well, yeah.
Reroll that shit.
Denied. Cleric denies.
Oh boy. That way I can roll a 1.
Oh
Yeah!
Damn.
Yeah! Get there.
Wow.
Get you there,
Can't
queen.
believe that happened.
There's
Can't believe that happened.
You can-
That was straight up divine intervention.
From the 2 to the 19.
So you just see disbelief, just this faint. Why would you go with this? As she stammers once before, I've been to some of the bars in this area. They are, well, I'm willing to try any of the taverns you have in mind.
She kind of like starts like nervously pulling out an ear. I don't know any of the other taverns.
She exhales. Follow me. And
she'll nod and kind of pull up beside Percy. Lead the way.
And I take them to the like, I imagine the bar with no name has a lot of accolades and such, but it's not the cheapest bar in town.
No, it's not. It's on the upper end, I would say, of price range. Like there is cheap food there that you can get because there's cheap food everywhere in Vitrium. But for like alcohols and brews, if you're getting the more expensive ones, like they have the best range of alcohols, but they are on the more expensive side of things. Mainly because they cater to adventurers, and adventurers have a lot of money. But you can go on a bender to other places that have lesser than liquor. Easily enough.
But
there are comparable places.
She takes you to the places, and they are very much what you would expect Percy would be into. There aren't a lot of people. Their prices are arguably affordable as being kind. They're not like dive bars. She has enough taste to not want to be in lousy, flea-ridden places where people like start fights, but they're not exactly like bumping.
Fights at the bar with no name?
Yes, several. We had a man kicked out by 4 skeletons and a doofus.
Yeah, you had a small person literally almost get murdered at a fucking bar.
And then like a round later, everyone got suppressed.
Yep.
Don't fuck with the tavern owner in their goddamn tavern.
No.
So as we're walking, I think I have like Percy's like we're probably both very awkward and stiff as we're going to the first bar, and are you sure this is what you want?
I'm not sure about any of this, but I mean, I guess I'm sure that I want to give it a try.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think anyone has ever really let me be this selfish before.
Cost 50,000 gold. Cost.
That's different. That's monetary. This is emotional selfishness. And you don't know if what I'm doing is selfish. Fuck you.
That's fair. Fuck me yourself, coward.
I just got into a relationship and you already want me to cheat?
We all know the reason why Rencois is going with Percival.
Like Soy Fang.
She doesn't want to talk
Soy
to
Fang's
David.
Soy Fang's just like, stop, Agathar, please, I love you. Stop trying to create a polycule.
Oh my Lanta.
He's like Agathar's over here trying to squeeze a black dragon into the middle of the triangle. It's like, come on, he'll fit, I swear.
The great
like
Suleiman does not share.
He only fits. By God, he will fit.
I need just before we stop this scene, I need one investigation or perception check from Rencois.
Well, I suck at investigation, so let's perception.
Oh,
21.
yeah.
Like after the last statement and you guys continuing to walk, you maybe for the first time you might immediately think she's like ill or something, but it's like a flushed face. She's blushing.
Aw.
Who can out awkward one another?
And Rencois, about an hour into your misadventures, you'll get a little message ping. Good luck. And I wish you the best. Be seeing ya, Rencois.
She'll kind of give like a bit of a pained smile, which relaxes a little bit when she turns and looks at Percival.
She's being very amicable. Hat off, hood down. Actually, her jacket is off, which is a rare thing. I don't know what her light conversation with Percival is like. It's probably really awkward.
So you
Yeah,
like
it's like. Yeah,
I
I was
would,
gonna say it's like so I've been working on these potions.
I would imagine a light conversation with Percival involves torches.
Walls of
Boo!
fire.
Out! Get out, Shad!
boo.
Leave!
Boo.
I know you're
Speaking
the
of-
GM, but
Bad, boo,
leave.
bad, boo.
Speaking of romantic interests, rolling on back to Vaelyn. Vaelyn! Bobby!
Are
Whenever-
you sure you said the right?
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow, okay.
Failed,
Jeez.
failed interests are still interests.
Fair. You know what? That's fair. I can't. Yeah, it's fair.
Well, Lana and Eloise do return. And, Vaelyn, you probably, like, they return about an hour and a half after, Rencois leaves. You actually would spot, Neatal as she, tucks her way back into the bar with no name. Taking a seat at a bar. And just getting a drink.
Sometime during that, Vaelyn would have asked Regina if there was a package for the party. Because no one's picked up the gold yet.
Yes, there is. Here, 10K. From the police department, of all things.
Alright. Okay, I will divvy that up as I see fit.
Alright. But no, Neatal is seated at the bar, having herself a carrot cocktail. If you want to do or say anything about that.
Sure. Might as well.
Interaction? Oh man. You're spoiling me.
Well, it's either that or just count the gold, silver, and recount diamond dust.
By all means, what you say?
What to say?
So, how'd it go? Rencois may be blind and too many things, as am I, but what I catch she does not, and vice versa.
She shrugs. She followed her heart.
And that's all one can do.
Yep.
Perhaps in time that may change. Never lose faith nor heart.
Me? No. Just means that what she had with her was stronger. I'm willing to admit that.
You might think. Either way. At least no one's truly hurt. Hopefully.
Nah. I'm not that messed up about it.
That's good at least. Figure that one way or another.
What's your
that's
insight
all-
score?
My insight?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
roll
that
it?
hurt.
You should have a passive.
My insight is +7.
+7? Alright then.
Yeah.
She says, I'm not that messed up about it. Small tear out the corner of her eye. She clearly may be a little messed up about it.
Just a little messed up. Got me out here away. Sometimes debate.
Twa is fickle about many things, but although you may deny it, I'd see that it does hurt you to a point. As I said.
I mean, yeah. Maybe. Tell you what, though. I knew it was, a potential thing. Anyway.
Perhaps it still is. Just not the right time.
Maybe. I don't really know. According
Neither
to
do I.
according to Eloise, this might be for the best, so to speak. I mean, best for those two, probably. Maybe best for me in a weird way. I don't really know.
Everyone says that about others. It's not until you admit it to yourself.
Words to live by. And perhaps words you should live by.
I make no promises on that.
Anyway, Lana and Eloise should be here soon.
Thank the gods. 2 visions is annoying.
Thought they fixed that already.
Nope.
Sorry.
Been stuck with it all day.
Ah, well. At least now you know which one's yours and which one isn't.
It's still a nuisance.
Maybe. She goes back to her drink. And around this point in time, entering ye old bar is Lana and Eloise. Eloise looking a bit more chipper than she did earlier. As
that's gonna change.
as the two of them make their way over to ye old bar and get on either side of you, Vaelyn. And Eloise is like, yeah.
Took you long enough.
Sorry about that. I had to get the proper reagents and the spell prepared. I'm gonna need to borrow your mind for a minute. Thankfully, it's
Don't go
fresh.
digging too far.
No, I'm not gonna dig too far.
You can keep it.
She puts a hand on your forehead and she says, "Alright, now look into my eyes."
Vaelyn does so.
Alright. She pulls out a scroll and she begins to chant in this language. If you would like to, you may roll me an Arcana.
Spell ability?
Arcana. Yes, it is a spell. It is a spell. She's using a scroll, man.
Alright.
It's a spell. 13.
Listen,
This-
intelligence isn't his greatest stat.
This sequence of mutterings and phrases you're vaguely familiar with. The eye contact, and after a moment, you go a bit slack-jawed as you become charmed. She then places a hand on your head, and like a film reel, you see the events of today playing out before you once again. And she begins to rewind that film reel. You see the sequence of her casting the spell walking in backwards, the sequence of you discussing with Neatal walking backwards, and then backwards, all the way up to where you drink that memory. And you see that you remember drinking it now, but you remember only having your memory, as you see Eloise pull forth from your temple a strand of this weird purplish ethereal notation, a film reel of sorts, a piece of a film reel that she pulls from your mind. And as she finishes plucking it away, you don't have two memories of the events. All you have are your memories of the events. As she places the notation into Lana's hands, and she very quickly puts it to her forehead, and it absorbs into it. And she goes a little bit starry-eyed for a minute as she starts to get that flood of recollection like you did. And with that, the spell scroll crumbles away and turns to ash. There you go. It should help.
Makes it a lot easier than dealing with other artifacts. First time seeing through someone else's point of view.
Yeah, it can be a little weird, but, you know, it helped give you something back. Anyway, I'm gonna get myself a drink and make my way back up to my room. Lana? Yeah, I got this. Eloise then hops off her stool and moves up the stairs back to her room. Just a moment.
Eloise, you might want to watch your back. Percy's on the prowl somewhere. Last I saw, she was not happy.
Isn't she always?
More than usual.
I'll ask Rencois about it. She disappears up the stairs.
You did not see me angry.
Alright, so I guess belay that.
You saw me writing in a bunch of notes by the hearth, go upstairs with Rencois, and then come back, wordlessly leaving out the door. There was no angry conversation. I'm gonna get that, Eloise. Her.
Well, I mean...
Fair enough. But when Rencois is running after, you might get that feeling. Maybe.
I'd like to think that Percival left a room going...
Here's the thing.
Roll an intuition.
Here's the thing. Eloise is a cautious individual, and she has been told already what Rencois has done. So she's going to go check her own bases regardless. Because she can do that. Sending is a spell. So you're left downstairs with Lana and Neatal, Vaelyn, as Lana gives you a small pat on the shoulder. You're doing all right, right?
It's all right to someone who sees through someone else's memories does for an entire day.
Sorry about that. I didn't know that Eloise didn't have that spell prepared.
It's alright. At least it wasn't as potent as the other times I've been through that experience.
You've been through it before?
Not with my own memories, but with some artifacts that we handled.
Oh, okay.
Spoken a lot of we's. Third person, second, whatever it is.
Oh, okay. So do you have any questions about your memory?
Not particularly.
She deflates. Yeah, figured as much.
The memory, I will say. Excuse me, sorry, something is in my throat.
Please don't die. I need all my players.
Oh, I make no promises. Alright. Should be good for now. The memory was good in a sense, but it was drowned out by the weight of something. I do not wish to know what it is at this moment. As I said before, where you see one thing, there's always another side to it.
Yeah, I know.
But that is not what I wanted to ask you in the first place. It is of a different matter altogether.
And, well, what would that be?
You said that you're the cleric of life.
Yeah?
Has yours ever contacted you?
I mean,
As Shad rolls a D100.
only when I'm really off track. Which has only been, I think, once.
And how cryptic are they? Or are they rather straightforward?
Mine's pretty straightforward.
Great. So it's just mine. Twice now for me.
Huh. Man, you're in real shit if that's the case.
Thing is, mine's doesn't speak normally.
Really? How does it speak?
Something akin to mimicry. It forms sentences with the words that it mimics from me.
Well,
but it never used the words that of the first time.
well, I mean,
showed the second.
that seems like a very easy thing to fix. Just speak your basic confirmatory answers and negatory answers, and then just go from there with your questions. What I do know is that typically speaking, whenever a cleric gets a visit from their god and they don't listen, it's one of those 3 strikes and you're out type things. So you might want to be careful. If it's visiting you, then it wants you to have some kind of epiphany.
First time was not in the greatest of situations. Second time was when it actually tried its best to convey that it was my deity.
So what did it say to you in this first time?
It's more of me asking it of who are you and what are you, and it just just responded those same questions back, again mimicking.
Are you sure it was mimicking and not trying to tell you something? Because
I find it
if it wanted to answer your questions, then why, like, because, like, okay, so you say it mimics you, right?
not entirely, but it mimics the words and formulates it in sentences. A variant of mimicry.
Well,
again, the first time was not the greatest timing.
yeah, that's usually when they try and come to you when you're at your lowest, when you're willing to listen.
Well, when you deal with a creature that enters dreams, not the greatest time.
I guess. Ultimately speaking, if it was trying to talk to you, if it was saying something to you, then it was trying to say something. It wasn't just mimicking you. These things don't tend to answer our questions in the most straightforward way possible. They tend to be cryptic. They want us to find the answers for them. So if you kept asking it, "What are you?" and it responded with, "What are you?" then maybe it's asking you to try and think for yourself what you are, who you are.
I did. I responded with several answers. And it just responded with the same question.
Sorry, say again?
I gave it several answers, and it just responded with the same question.
Meaning you weren't giving it the right answer. You probably thought it was being literal, and it was being more cryptic. Like,
again, that
it
first
know,
time was
like,
not
it's
the
a,
greatest.
it's a deity. Why would it have trouble knowing what you are as a person, as a sentient entity upon this great plane of existence of ours?
I'm not too sure. I mostly chose this one mostly out of spite for Mel.
Spite for your teacher? Why?
Spite, but respect at that. Despite that, many of her methods were not the greatest.
Oh.
Although
Sorry, go ahead.
although I understand why, but sometimes it went too far.
Well, I mean, most masters tend to on occasion. They try and push
I
us.
wouldn't know. I wouldn't consider being locked in a barrel at the bottom of a river with a blightling.
Yeah, that's a stage too far. Why was she your master again? Like, did she become your master after you left the village?
I have no recollection of leaving anywhere, just arriving.
Mm-hmm.
Although cruel, her lessons mean well. Conundrum, yes. But, again, out of spite, but mostly respect. She is against the world, so why not go against her with one of the deities that she dislikes?
And why would she dislike whatever this deity is?
She might have her reasons. I would say, but most likely it might pertain to the whole issue of earlier, of yesterday.
Oh, with that weird word thing you guys were saying.
Yeah,
Nah, I understand.
yes.
Well, I guess that's really it, right?
Yeah, well, no, I have a little bit more insight. Well, again, I know little of clerical things. Just the basics.
She's giving you a deadpan expression at this point in time. Mm-hmm. You don't seem to know a lot, Vaelyn.
So I've been told.
I think I'm going to go to bed now. And with that, she kind of stands up from her seat and goes to leave.
Well,
What was that?
rest well.
Roll an insight.
Jesus Christ. Roll 20, why?
With a 12,
Refresh roll 20.
with a 12, you can tell
I'm
she
refreshing roll 20 right quick.
she has her heart on her sleeve, so to speak. And as she is leaving, you can tell that she expected this conversation to go a little bit differently and not just go into, hey, let's talk about those there gods instead of, you know, the thing that got revealed to me today. And she's more than a little bit upset about that. She's just like, what else what should I have expected? What should I have expected? She's disappointed.
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not ready to face the past, whether it be good or ill. That sliver clued me in on some, but it's not something I wish to seek at the moment.
Yeah, sure.
I will thank you, however, for revealing that sliver.
She does pause at that. And she gives you kind of like a weary look, a weary look over her shoulder. Mm-hmm. You mean that? Quirks an eyebrow.
Yes. Revealed a little. It gave me a place to start, should I decide to seek my past.
What does
So
a...
thank you.
Alright. And what does a 24 on insight give her? If any additional details.
He is thankful. She can tell that he does mean it, that he does thank her for giving her a place to start. But he does not believe he has the strength to face his past.
Alright. And with that, she does go upstairs and goes to leave. She does give you a nod back. Good to hear. Meanwhile, Rencois. You get a sending spell from Eloise. Evening, Rencois. Or sorry, evening, Rencois. I heard the good news, and I wish you a happy night, but I have to ask, did you mention my involvement?
Roll for drunk.
As Rencois,
I don't know about drunk.
as Rencois just like ...
Left on red.
Maybe if you don't answer, she won't know it didn't make it to you. There's always that 5% chance.
Does the reply have to? How long does the reply wait? Is there a timeout?
It's like,
And remember, this is mental, so Percy doesn't
Yeah.
have to hear it.
It's true.
yeah, she's just like,
You might want to leave.
I would keep your head down if I were you.
Use my brother as a human shield. You have my permission.
if you're gonna have to kill someone, kill Vaelyn first.
You, there's a long pause, and then you get a response. Oh, wonderful. I'll prepare the tea for her arrival. Assuming it's even tonight.
Percy just kicks in the door with a mass dispel.
Somehow she has the gun.
She comes into the room with Soren's vorpal blade.
There's a long sigh of disappointment. So Rencois, do you have a response to that?
He's like,
She's just like, she kind of just assumed it to begin with.
Wrong. That's a lie, and you know it.
She responds back with a third sending spell. Fuck it, she's burning it. I don't doubt that, but you could have misdirected to Neatal at the very least. Kept my name out of the conversation. It's gonna be hectic.
She'll just send back, I will see what I can do to mitigate some of the anger.
Good. That will help. It at least gives me time to prepare a last will and testament. Anyway, unless you want to respond to that message, that'll be it for the messages.
She's just like, she'll send back. I'll make sure to send flowers.
Do you want a wreath or a bouquet?
Oh boy.
Don't worry, Agathar's got one resurrection left in him.
On the bright side, the daggers are gonna be stabbing. They're gonna be stabbing each other with. Won't hurt each other too much.
I would love to have that conversation with Eloise before the session's out.
Oh, you don't worry. You'll get there. You'll get there.
Okay.
Next up, Soren, buddy, are you here? Are you here, friendo?
I am here. Yeah.
Out you are with Enwyn. And the two of you are wandering through the streets, and you see that she is in the middle of looking from one crowded plaza to the next, and tapping her chin. Which one of these has the biggest crowd, do you think?
Soren's going to intentionally find the one with the smallest number of people. Go, I think it's that one.
She gives him a look, like really? Come on, play to a crowd.
He shrugs and says, it was worth a try.
Like, they say three's a crowd.
Yeah, I know another rabbit hole.
If three's a crowd, Rencois would know.
Anyways. Oh.
Now that is some drama that I've been hearing about. Let me tell you what. I'm messing.
It's like Rencois just shouts into the ethos. Did everyone but me know?
Yes.
No.
You went to a bard college.
Nobody knew. The moment I said something, everyone just subconsciously knew, and they've just been trying to weave it into their fucking story.
I mean,
I have a question.
Gotta know the
Soren's over
confession
here
made.
trying to wax philosophic, like I knew the whole time. In the meanwhile, he was picking his nose while I was trying to flirt with you.
like, I mean, I wouldn't do that because, I mean, come on, let's be honest. It's fucking Soren. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he just had sex and he barely understands what happened.
Pretty much. Can confirm.
It's like,
Anyways.
so that's a sport, huh?
And that's first base.
Anyway.
Anyways.
She says, come on. Whatever. I thought you were supposed to be a brave warrior or something.
I'm a brave warrior at fighting, not at playing an instrument. I'm trained in the blade.
Oh, and now you're going to be trained in the flute.
All right, that one, and he actually points to the one with the largest crowd.
There we go. She then kind of like takes a hold of your hand and leads you to the other one that you pointed to first.
Soren is confused.
What, you didn't think I was actually going to make you play for a whole crowd, did you?
Soren kind of just sighs and goes, I suppose I should get used to this.
Don't get too used to it. Unless you like being dragged around by girls. She gives you a wink.
There it is.
And he just kind of goes, well, I mean, it depends on the reason. Why else would they be dragging me around except to teach me?
She shrugs. I don't know.
Anyways, I suppose we should get started on this then.
Oh, we're gonna get started for sure. In fact, I feel as if you should be my accoutrement for the performance. What do you think?
I mean, as long as you're leading, it can't possibly get too bad, he says with a nervous chuckle and a smile.
Hey, I'm not much of a dancer, but I'm a great flute player.
I'm apparently a better dancer than I thought I was.
Ah, well, you have to show me sometime. I like dancing.
Maybe. We'll have to see how. But I mean, I'm just gonna shut up.
All right then. Here, I'll start, and then you join in whenever you feel you can. She then twirls her flute around, presses it up to her lips, and begins to play. Soren, roll me your performance.
Just straight charisma.
Mm-hmm. DM inspires you. Roll again. Awesome. That is more than enough to grant her advantage on this roll. As the gentle flute fills the air, and you find it easy to go along with it, following and even mirroring her on occasion. The two of you playing this melancholic song, a song of tragedy, of loss, and perhaps even a glimpse inside the heart of your own teacher. Your notes fill the air, and you draw a fairly large crowd. More than a few people moved to tears by your dual performance, as this small bundle of floof and fur, well, does she manage to evoke an emotion within Soren? If it will make it any easier, he can see images of his master standing atop a lonely mountain and staring off into the north towards her homeland that she was banished from. Or perhaps she left of her own volition. You're not sure.
Who knows? We don't. I would say that Soren is kind of moved by it. Like, he's kind of surprised that he's reading into it as much as he is. And he of course believes that he's reading wrong. But he's not going to bring it up right now. But it is kind of obvious that the song did move him a little bit.
All right. Very good that it did move you, for that performance, with your aid, was a grand total of a 31. And as she places her flute back down, she gives you a grin, and she's like, Not bad accompaniment. Now, let's see if we can't... She begins to stretch. Let's see if we can't crank up the beat a little bit.
He's feeling a little bit more confident now, and he goes, "You know what? Let's do that. Let's see how far we can get."
All right then. Give me just a moment to find the second thing I'm looking for. Well, shit, I can't find the one I'm looking for. Damn. But that's okay.
Womp womp.
Oh well, I can't find a good flute song. Shit. Oh well. The two of you perform for the crowd for she begins to play this more upbeat, just like jaunty little tune that seems to kind of like hop and skip along throughout the notes. Roll me another performance check. And this time add to your roll a d8.
So 18.
Hell yeah. She has advantage on the roll. Alright. And once again, the two of you are a harmony of flutes. And you draw in a bit more of a crowd. In fact, people start adding more gold to the small pile that was already in front of the two of you. Alright. Alright. And along with some silver and some copper pieces as well. And after the second song, you feel yourself, getting a bit more inspired, a bit more confident, as the little jaunty pop tune that the two of you were playing does settle into another one. As she does a small little performative twirl and flicks her flute in your direction, and you suddenly feel a lot more sexy, as your charisma has been enhanced. And she begins to accompany you instead with a flourish and a wink. Another bardic inspiration for you. Go ahead and roll me a charisma with advantage and add a d8.
Man, roll 20. Holy shit.
I mean, hey, you got above a 10. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and add a d8.
So 15.
15. Not that bad. Not that bad. With her accompaniment and your performance as well, a few more silver than gold pieces do come out, but a good amount of coins do still present themselves for the two of you. And after this third set, you can kind of like feel yourself getting into it a bit more. What does Soren want to do?
Like, as far as what kind of song he wants to play?
Yeah.
He's normally he normally tries to be like upbeat, as upbeat as possible, and like as energetic. So that's, with a little bit of worry, that's the kind of song he wants to play.
Alright then. Go ahead and give me another charisma check with advantage and add another d8.
That's more like it.
Ooh!
Hold on. 28.
Hell
Fuck yeah.
yes! Alright then. And... okay, alright. 28. Alright. Sorry. A moment, please.
That was one of the people that were watching giving a
Yeah.
wolf whistle.
Yeah. At this point, gold and women are being thrown at you.
All right, let's see how to divvy up the 10,000.
One for me. One for Agathar. One for me. One for Soren.
Yeah, it's
One for me.
Ooh,
One.
Sheet. All
One
right.
for you, one for you, one for me. Two for you, and two for me.
Soren. You are
Yes.
practically showered in gold and praise and applause as your song finishes with a roarous applause as your instructor Enwyn plays you out, and with a twirl she gives a bow and taps you on your knee to have you give a bow to the crowd.
Soren bows. I would like to think that this time when he goes to start playing, he actually like really starts getting into the music, and now he's kind of like swaying to the music and like dancing around while playing. He's actually like really getting into it now. So he does bow.
All right then. Give me just a second. I am calculating your gold amount. So, at the end of all this, with your set bringing in 192 gold pieces of assorted change,
Hell yeah.
you have you and Enwyn bring in a grand total of 331 gold pieces worth of coinage. You drew in a massive crowd. And the thing is, while she was playing, that nervousness, that anxiety you felt kind of like coming off of her, you know, a little bit here and there, it vanished entirely. And she was in her element.
And Soren was really into the music. He seemed to really be enjoying himself on that last song.
And as the two of you scrape in all your coins and slowly divvy them out amongst yourselves, she gives you 151 gold pieces, kind of like flicking the last gold coin over to you. You earned it.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, hey, you performed a lot better than I thought you would.
A lot better than I thought I would too. That was weird. I just suddenly started to feel it, and just instead of being nervous, which sometimes, very rarely, causes a kind of keep away the thing from me, I decided to just swing into it full bore, and I think that helped out.
Yeah, it did. That and it doesn't help. That doesn't hurt when you have an inspiring little partner to help. She gives you a little elbow on your hip.
He kind of like chuckles nervously and goes, "I kind of figured that I was getting a little bit of help from someone, and I do appreciate that. It's my first time after all."
I mean, hey, first time for everything.
Truer words never spoken, honestly.
And then she looks up and she notes just how late it is. Man, time flies when you're having fun, right?
Soren looks up and goes, "Oh, shite, it does."
Yeah, it does. Well, hey, back to the bar for drinks?
That sounds like a plan. Aye, let's go.
Awesome sauce. And with that, the two of you begin to walk your way back to the bar with no name to get drinks. In the meantime, what's Agathar doing?
Well, he made a promise. Well, first of all, he's trying to get his story straight on the way to the
college.
To the school, to college, yeah, because now he has a gun, and so he has to explain how he got it.
You could just put that in your bag of holding.
It is in the bag of holding, but he's
okay.
thinking about, you know, telling his group, like, trying to like give a reason like why he has a gun now. And
just say you murdered a man.
Well, we'll get to that. He sort of like dips around kind of like a alley. Do the alleys sort of have like dirt in them, or what do the alleys look like? Are they also paved?
Yeah, no, they're paved.
Okay. I want to take the jar of Worm's Kiss and sort of dump pretty much all of it onto like the ground and like start using prestidigitation to kind of break it down and split it up, but like leave enough in the bottle to kind of like leave evidence of like, yeah, this is what this was. And
you can indeed pour, like, there's only one dose left.
Yeah, exactly. Is Worm's Kiss? I don't know why I'm thinking of it as like a powder. Is it like a liquid?
It is a liquid.
Okay. I think he's gonna find like a garbage bag or something and just like pour it in there.
Garbage day.
Garbage day.
So you pour the Worm's Kiss into a garbage pail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like leave just enough to be like, see, this is what this was. Like a very like a little drop of it.
Why do you want to do that?
Oh, just for later. It's a surprise tool that'll help me later.
Okay.
It's called plausible deniability.
It's called making a good lie. And he'll put that back in his bag and then hurry off to the college to Miss Ariana. He's gonna try to find her.
Ariana.
That's what I said.
You said Oriana.
Or did I say? Oh, did I?
You had an O
Ariana.
instead of an A. It's fine though.
Oh. Ariana.
All right then. You pitter patter your way through the front door of the Deepwood College, and roll a perception check while you're moving up.
Oh boy. Perception. 8.
Okay. As you're running in, you can kind of like catch it out of like the corner of your eye, a flicker of movement, and a wail of, "No, I don't want to go to my room."
I just look.
It's ch-ldr-n. She's surrounded by like 3 different guards that are just trying to like, they're not trying to touch her. They're just kind of like have her surrounded. They're trying to like, you know, slowly inch her backwards, and she's like, "No, I don't want to go to the room. I want to have people come at a bitch. There are people that were going to, and then Regina scared me off, or an image of her. Or was it her? I can't. And the guards are kind of like, Miss Rivendell, please calm down. I'm perfectly calm, you little wretch. I'm a genius, okay? I can see the weave of it all. You think I'm mad? Oh, no. No, I'm not mad. I see things. things, and I saw it was an illusion of Regina, or I thought it was. It could have been the real her. Maybe it was her putting an illusion of her behind me to make me think it wasn't her, but it was her at the same time. I can see through illusions, you know. I have true sight. I can see things. And they kind of like keep trying to walk her backwards, and she's like, "No, look, you can't do this to me. I'm the dean of this college. I'm the mayor. I own you. I own this city. I own everything here. I'm the genius that built it all. You think you can take my... Oh, hey, Agathar!
Just kind of like...
Hello, dearie.
Hi!
Hello,
he
dearie.
kind of moseys on over, because he's like, watched this like started going unfold, and he wasn't sure what he could do, and then he was just like, wait, I made a spell! I think she'll be impressed! So he kind of like skips over. Hi, Miss John. Is
The
everything
guard-
okay?
The guards look at you and they're like, look, Agathar, are you sure you don't want to... No, he's fine. And she snakes forward and just kind of like puts a hand on either of the guards and just kind of like moves them to the sides of her and just slithers up to you and says, okay. Yes, hey, Agathar, wonderful to see you. I heard that you and your group are gonna come out a bitch. Is that correct? You're gonna come by us, legend?
Well, respectfully, yes.
It's been so long. It's been so long since anyone's come at a bitch. I was starting to think that there were no true mages left in Vitrium.
Well, there's definitely some.
Yes, but so few have passed the grand exam, which is my tower, and so few have come out of bitch as a result. I want the challenge.
You have a very good way of instilling fear in people.
I don't see why they should fear me. I am a perfectly reasonable woman. You know?
Yeah. You just like
the
little
guards
Just-
the guards laugh in nervous
I'm in
unison with you.
danger.
Right, the totally not deadly death trap maze. Right, the test maze.
Oh, pish posh. It's not a death trap anymore. They have necklaces there that I enchanted personally, so you know that they are secured. And they won't let anyone die because permadeath was too much of a bad thing. And no one would want to go in as a result of it. Ugh. So...
I think that's fair to a point, but...
Well, I mean,
that means
if...
you can watch... That means you could watch people try and try again.
She pauses. My husband said something similar to that. He said that I could watch people try and try again and laugh at them, and that I could also have more people come at a bitch on occasion. And it made me so happy to think about that.
Yeah,
I
sounds
love
very
my
fun.
husband. Do you know where he is?
Who's your husband?
Oh, his name's Malcolm, dear. He's the greatest man of all time. I have pictures of him. Do you want to see?
Sure.
She pulls out of one of her pouches like a little wallet and just kind of like folds it out and just like there
The
are
Michelin
10
Man.
there are 10 different pictures of this
10 different dudes.
of this human man. It's the same human in all pictures. He has these steel gray eyes, this dark black hair, and you can see that it's pictures of him throughout the ages. You see him as a younger man, and then him as a middle-aged, elderly, and then young again. And then going back towards middle-aged. but
Nothing on him, on his person in those photos I would strike any sort of memory?
yes, actually. You went to the... No, you went with Zulamon. Never mind. I will say that, go ahead and roll me a history check.
Oy. 17.
That is, you would know that is Malcolm Rivendell. He is the, second in command of the city. He's also the acting dean of the college, while his wife is indisposed. He is also the dean of the alchemy college in, Hardwood.
Well, I know of him, but I don't know him. When was the last time you saw him?
I saw him, and she thinks. Oh, well, I don't really remember when I saw him last. And she kind of seems to get this distant look in her eyes.
He gets a little, panicked now. I'm sure you'll find him.
Oh, yes, I will. I have ways to find people. I have the ultimate spell. I made it myself. It lets me locate someone anywhere.
Cool, I made a spell.
You did? Let me see.
I mean, I could show you it, but I promised Miss Ariana that she would be the first to inscribe it.
Oh, little Ariana! She's... Wait. But she's like 7.
I mean, she's a human woman, so I guess that makes sense why you think she was 7. She probably lived for a very long time. How old do you think I am?
Oh, well, you can be more than 4.
-3.
You're at least... You're somewhere between 4 and 50.
That's technically correct.
Yes, because I'm a genius. I know these things.
Of course. He nods his head.
At this point in time, the guards have kind of edged away. They're like, he has handled the situation. One of the guards messages you. One of the guards pings you with a message. If you can get her to go back to her room, please do so.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I can make a compromise with her. I'm already 2 steps ahead.
You see her eyes flicker to the right as she kind of almost seems to follow the line of magic between the two of you. And she narrows her eyes. Speaking secret nothings, are we?
Just, he was saying, thank you for showing up, and he was encouraging me to show you my spell. He starts,
roll deception.
Fuck! 10! A lizard person is sweating.
You see her eyes narrow, and she stares at you, and she seems to kind of lean upwards and over you. And as she leans in closer, she eventually smiles broadly and goes, "Okay."
Can I insight that?
Sure.
Cool. Fuck me.
I mean, she seems chipper. She seems like she bought it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but I'd be happy to show you the spell.
Yes,
And,
show it to me. And the child, Ariana, apparently.
Yeah. Yes! Well, I'll show you at the same time. He starts, going towards the college, with a little, speed walk.
She slithers behind you. So you and her, walk your way through the college, with a lot of the students who are kind of like off break or going from one class to the next, giving you guys a wide berth. As this,
Apparently,
and the thing is, like, she's really long. Like, you guys are about like 15 feet down a corridor, and she still has tail left to come. Like, she's really long, just slithering for days. And as she does eventually make her way with you to the necromancy room, you go to knock on the door, and she's like, no. We have to make an entrance.
An entrance?
Yes, an entrance, otherwise people won't fear you properly.
I mean, fair. He's kind of like in this between rock and a hard place of his morals and like the fucking dean and mayor of this entire town is right here. So he's like,
oh
you can
no,
do whatever you want.
No, it's not mayor of the town. It's leader of the country.
Yeah, leader of the country. He's walking.
Oh, that's worse.
Right now. Yeah, he's walking with the fucking president right now. So he's like, you can do whatever you want.
Pretty much.
Whatever you want, Mrs. Obama.
Yeah, exactly.
pretty much. And she.
Actually, wait. No, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Mrs. Obama. Get down, Mr. President.
She knocks on the door, and she basically goes knock, and on the final knock, the door just slams open, and you see a bunch of students begin just like startle immediately as she slithers into the room, kind of like towering above everyone, going, "Who wants to come at a bitch today?" And she kind of like holds her arms out wide, and like the whole giant dad posing of like T posing. I'm just like, who wants to come at me? And all the students just kind of like back up, just like, oh shit. And Ariana's like, hi, Miss Rivendell. How are you doing today? I'm doing wonderful. There are people who want to come at a bitch today, and I'm excited. And I'm trying to see if more people want to. And she kind of like snakes over and like lords over the other kids with like this gaze, just wild eyes, just kind of like flicking between one student, the next. Each of them kind of like withering beneath her gaze as she's just like, oh, come on, I know one of you wants to. I know one of you isn't the little pussy that's gonna wimp out on me today.
I think from the door frame, it's just the hi, Miss Lana.
Oh! Hi, Agathar. Did you come in with her, or did you just following?
She came with me. I'm sorry.
Oh, you are
I
not...
didn't have much choice.
She held me at gunpoint.
You are not to blame in the slightest, Agathar. She does this on occasion. Don't worry too much about it. I'm sure the students will be fine, right, students? And you get a very... And she gets a very meek, yeah, woo, from the students in the classroom.
Everyone quickly raise as many defense spells as you can.
She can't counterspell them all.
As she kind of like ushers you in. So while she's distracted with the students, what brings you here today?
I finished my spell.
Ooh!
Yeah, and I mentioned it to her, and she got very excited.
Oh, yeah. That'll explain it. Well, why don't you show it off for the class?
How big is this room?
It's big enough to fit a bell.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna need some space.
All right. Hey kids and Miss Rivendell, thank you for coming. But our little Agathar here is gonna present a new spell, and everyone goes ooh, and Jalam's like, oh yes, that thing that I was gonna sit in here for. I remember now. Yes. And she kind of like slithers and sits down on her coils as all the other students just kind of like give her a wide berth, but you know they move to the back of the room. Jalam does not give you a lot of space because she is seated as close as she can get.
Fair. That's
There
okay.
is still
That
more
doesn't
than
bother
enough
Agathar.
room on like the other end of the classroom, though.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't bother Agathar. He trained with Mel. It's fine.
She's staring.
Yeah. So he begins to set out pieces of Bell as he begins to cast Animate Dead. So he's gonna take that full minute.
All right then. Everyone watches with bated breath as you slowly empty out a bag of bones and then begin to use your fingers to kind of like conduct them and reshape them all together as this dark green necromantic energy fills the air. And roll a perception.
And as I'm summoning Bell, I'm sort of like explaining the process of like, like this spell is simple in nature, but it does require a higher tier of magic to be on the field when you get the spell ready to go. The Animate Dead sort of spell. So that's what I'm doing right now.
Ariana is taking notes. And out of curiosity, do you have to have like is it any animated dead that will work, or is it just your bell specifically that will work?
It should be any any undead that you create using this Animate Dead spell. Skeletons would work better for this purpose, but I think you could use it on zombies. I haven't tested. I prefer bones, not zombies.
Not flesh?
'Cause that's not flesh. I'm not sure if it'll work with flesh-based summons, but I haven't tried it.
Well, I mean, if you're saying that, if you're saying that this can work with any animated dead or any spell or any creature animated with the Animate Dead spell, then theoretically it should work with zombies.
Yeah,
Presumably.
Theoretically. Presumably. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
She nods, and Bell assembles in front of you, and and a lot of the students are like, ooh, super cool, and like more than a few of them are taking notes, and Ariana is just like, she's taking notes as well, and she gives you the go-ahead gesture. And from the background
Bell,
you hear Drolam say, that's a big undead. I like it. Is that your spell? That's just basic Animate Dead, isn't it? Yeah, a bit of an upcharge to it.
Yeah, I took some time to sort of make it sort of my own, but no, this isn't the spell. And I climb a desk to kind of stand on it, and Belle sort of like looks at the crowd and just kind of does that. You know how Shoebill Storks sort of do that little head shake, sort of like as a greeting. She just kind of does that.
All right then.
To the crowd, and with a couple of waves of his hand, and then to end the little somatic components, he presses them against his chest and then opens his arms wide, and he's like, now this is the spell, and he will cast Recall Protocol Armor.
All right then, and go ahead and describe how that works.
So they watch Bell sort of as he finishes opening his arms wide open, Belle's like green flame eyes flicker off, and it looks like she's about to slowly disassemble in slow motion, and then all of the negative energy and artificial energy like flares up, showing sort of how it held her together, and a rush of bones and the energy flow around him, and as this green energy is being absorbed into his body, the bones start to morph and shape into pieces of armor that start slamming against him into place. So where the gaps that are open to that are like not covered by the bone armor almost look like there's this like green chainmail underneath. As the horns of Bel, as gigantic as they are, they don't really. The only thing that happens to them is they shrink and then extend a little bit, and then they slam against his back to make like look artificial wings almost. Well, because everything else of Bel's being is like enough to cover him in what looks like to be plate mail. And when the spell is like finished, the little like vertebrae of Bel like slams against like both sides of his neck, and the hornless skull slams on top of his head and like closes down Iron Man style. And it looks like just straight up like Super Saiyan aura is around him right now. As the spell finishes, as he gains like 45 temporary hit points.
All right then. There is a moment of pause, and you can see Ariana's black eye with that little mote of white. That little mote of white inside of it just widens a bit, in surprise, and the crowd of college kids just kind of like stand up and just start round of applause, and you hear from Jalam, "Oh, that's so fantastic looking! I love the little horns on it. What does it do?"
Well, hit me with a fireball.
Oh. I can
Ninth level fireball coming at you.
Well,
Like a third level or fourth is fine.
well, now that
Ninth
wouldn't be
level
a
fireball.
well,
no.
now that wouldn't be a real test of a spell, now would it? She
Oh, no.
snaps her fingers, and you see a glyph appear on the far end of the classroom. Go ahead, walk to it.
This is a glyph of warding, right?
It's
Yes.
like against my better judgment.
Well,
I would also. Oh my gosh, that's adorable.
so good.
I would also like you, Agathar, to roll me an Arcana check with advantage.
Ninth level fireball, quicken spell, 8th level
Alright.
fireball.
So,
28.
With a 28, Glyph of Warding takes an hour to cast and has a material component cost. She snapped that shit out like it was nothing.
Yeah, she's an archmage. She's not surprised.
Action surge.
Yeah,
Fireball.
right. He's like, huh, well, not the weirdest thing I've ever had to walk on, and he just kind of just jumps on it.
Alright then. You jump on it.
Death immediate.
Do. Let me find the spell.
D20. Oh no.
So I have a question. How many hit points do you have with that?
I have
Negative
well, thanks to-
75.
I'm currently standing at 84 hit points. It would be more, but thank you, Vaelyn, for the fucking Toll of the Dead that damaged me earlier today.
I was joking, man. I was joking.
How
It's a
much?
prank, bro. It's a prank.
How many hit points did you say again?
It was just a prank, Han.
With the temporary HP, it's 84.
84. 84. Okay.
It'd be 90 something, but I'm not at full health.
Alright then.
Listen, you didn't
Okay.
have to take it.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Of course I had that take it, I'm gonna be honest. Con save, here we go. This is excellent with advantage. 7.
You are hit by a blinding beam of sunlight.
Ow.
And you take...
Alright, who? Alright, so I guess Agathar got hit with the solar flare.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so
I
everyone
don't like
gets,
the silence.
so everyone gets 1.5k gold, and I get 4.
like this.
Give me just a second.
I think I fucked up.
I'm calculating.
Yes. Yes, you did. You're currently in the negatives.
I'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Fine.
Agathar is now dead. Congratulations.
What's another Yamcha pose?
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, let's face it. Agathar's been in the negatives multiple times. He's used to it.
Yeah, at this point.
It's unfortunate. Agathar just can't get a break. Oh no, Agathar's attuned to that item.
At this point, I'm literally
so-
after this.
So, you take 52 radiant damage as you are hit by a sunburst. And you're blinded for a minute.
Okay, 52. Okay. So
As,
52 damage?
Yeah, 52 damage. 52 radiant damage, specifically. As the flash of light, kind of, like, engulfs you. And you kind of, like, and like you're blinded immediately, like ah, my eyes, and like your armor falls off, and like you're kind of like stumbling around, just like probably rolling around a little bit, just like ah.
I think he like rolls a little bit and then knows everyone's watching him, so I think he like tries to compose himself.
As
and then with eyes shut, he just gives a pained thumbs up.
After a minute, your vision does return, because I don't think there's going to be a way that you can make her con save with the. I mean, you can roll 10 d20s and see if you crit.
Natural ones all the way through.
I'm a +2, but I don't know if that matters.
It doesn't matter. Roll. You have to crit.
Cool.
Well, I mean, if you're rolling saving throws, don't you have advantage? So.
Nope.
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 Advantage. It's a Constitution saving throw.
So it takes you roughly a minute to finish to stop to blink away the pain in your eyes, but you can hear an applause from the crowd as Jalam goes, impressive, most impressive. Survived a tier 8 spell by itself.
Yeah.
That is a quality spell. Quality armor, too, though sad it fell off.
Yeah, that's what happens when all of that artificial health sort of goes away. He shakes his, like, kind of rubs his eyes and shakes his head as he, like, gets his vision back. And the best part is it's only a 2nd tier spell.
You see both Drolam and Ariana kind of like lean back and go and stroke their chins and using like, oh. And then you hear Drolam go, most impressive.
I start picking up the pieces of Bell.
It's now all ash.
It's okay.
Oh god, dude.
We can build her better, stronger.
I will say there are a couple of pieces of bone that are just completely ashed.
Yeah. Oh,
But
man.
but Ariana steps forward and kind of like gives you a very meek, like a very excited thumbs up, like, haha! Hey, you know what you did? You accomplished your goal and you made that spell, and you also showed it off to me, and I really want it. And well, I mean, I see your bell is a little bit charcoaled, but we can fix that.
Follow to the bone zone.
In fact, you want to go to the bone zone, eh? Eh?
Yeah.
Waggles eyebrows. Aw, yeah, we're going to the bone zone. And I'm taking all my students with me. Hey, kids, you want to go to the bone? You want to go to the bone zone too? Yeah.
Class project, upgrade Bell.
Yeah, I mean, that's honest.
Drolam in the background is just like, I would go to the bone zone, but I usually go there with my husband. Where is he right now? And that is what you're doing, Agathar, as I will DM you the upgrades to Bell after this.
All of Bell's bones are now +3.
And we are going to kind of like cut back to Rencois and Percival as the two of them, do whatever they gonna do.
they have a pretty reserved, quote unquote, gate, which is no more different than any of their other outings. I suppose, unless Rencois wants something else. They're both awkward at this moment.
Yeah, no, they're both awkward. They're both drinking reservedly, and like probably just having like shitty pub food.
I like the fact that Heckin' Benui is just above that.
It's pretty choice. It's like I never really like going out to many of these places. I often make better food than most of the restaurants, but I suppose that's not on them. It's the stresses that come with having to cook for several dozens and dozens of people that come in and out. The quality suffers.
True. You have to, I suppose, quantity over quality at that point. Still, it isn't bad.
No, I like this place. It's quiet, out of the way. A good place to think.
It's always a bit difficult to find a quiet place to think anywhere in the city, especially this city.
Agreed. Vitrium on the whole is a strange exception to the rules of the world.
In what way?
Well, you'd be hard-pressed to find a taboo here outside of the bare minimums of don't hurt people and the things of that such. The world outside this country is harsh and unaccepting of many a thing.
So I hear. I certainly know that outside of Vitrium, necromancy isn't exactly what one might say popular, barring, the quote-unquote the ones that are convenient to be left out of the taboo, such as revivify.
In some places, reviving people is often not the first thing folks throw out the window. Normally it's dictations of racial equalities, sexual orientations, or afflictions, things of that nature. She looks down at her drink. I don't know why I'm talking like this. Right.
You've had much experiences traveling outside the country, then?
I am not from Vitrium. No, well, yes. Much of my life was spent outside of Vitrium. I only recently arrived in this country roughly 7 years ago.
Just traveling about with your caravan?
Most of the time, it pays for my supplies, my food, and lines my pocket to some degree, or it did. I'm not exactly making deliveries or brewing potions and selling them on the up and up as of late. I've been traveling with you lot, and honestly, it pays a lot better.
Probably a good bit more dangerous, but
Man.
I suppose that is the reason it pays.
True, but I'm no stranger to the dangers of the road and the outside world, so certainly things have gotten more interesting. Her face is still kind of flushed. Her cheeks are a darker shade of green as she's trying to fumble her way through a conversation. I feel like I should do something other than the same thing. Share something. I don't suppose you caught it the first time. It was over a month ago, weeks even. I suppose it was when I was trying to have an argument with you at your mother's house. Then you came back with compliments and kind words, which shook me off balance a touch. But I said goodbye in your tongue. Or in a circle's tongue.
She kind of blinks. I mean, I suppose at the time I kind of just chalked it up of, it's like, well, you are well-traveled and well-learned, and I mean, hello and goodbye is fairly common words to pick up in other languages, but I suppose Druidic isn't exactly
common.
One of the common ones to pick up, yes.
No. I don't know many druids who willingly share their secret codes. As she shuffles through a pocket and pulls out I think like a sunflower seed and places it on the table between the two of you. And with a flutter of her fingers, it sprouts.
The druid craft cantrip?
Can't do very much. I never progressed very far as a druid.
Interesting. I suppose I just kind of figured you were fully trained in wizardry.
It was
Although I suppose it's easy. Although I suppose it's easy to assume that I would be fully trained in the ways of the druid and not a monk.
Everyone has their special quirks. But my druidic background is more family related. I grew into it for a time, but it did not stick. I have a few minor spells and my cantrip. Though, without it, I don't believe my garden would stick to my roof quite so well.
I don't know. You'd be surprised at how hardy flowers can be.
Well, flowers
even
are
when
one
left
thing,
to
but
their lonesomes.
Yes, but the carrots, the rutabagas, and other tubers are, well,
True, a bit more finicky.
maybe not so much finicky as just rude. You grow something in the same soil for long enough, and sooner or later it'll all be useless. And I'm not the type to go digging trenches to fill a garden full of soil every couple of months.
Yes, that I suppose that would slow you down. Although, I mean, what is the phrase? Sometimes you have to slow down and smell the roses.
I've heard the phrase.
Or refertilize the roses.
There is a saying I learned early on. a hardworking person will get the job done, but break their back. But give that same job to someone who has no interest in finishing it, and they will find the easiest way to do it with the least amount of work.
Mm. I have heard it. I have heard that as well, though a bit more concisely. Laziness is the mother of invention.
I think I like this saying better than mine.
Well, as
So,
the
what made? Oh,
as the two of you,
You hush. I had one more thing. They had one more thing to say.
okay then, fine, go ahead, lovebirds.
so what drew you towards like divination magic and wizardry? Was it just the druid craft not sticking, or something else?
Circumstance. I stumbled upon my master in the White Woods, far north of Bayori. They took me in as a pupil, and I took well to it.
Sounds an awful lot like me.
Yes, well, yours treated you like a daughter. Mine was more obtuse, esoteric.
She kind of quirks an eyebrow. Worse than Mel.
Well, I was never forced to ingest poison.
Well, there is that going for you.
I feel like you had an abundance of interaction, while mine was a lack of therein.
Hmm. Distance, then.
In a sense, they are interesting. They likely have to send them a message that they will be unable to reach them in the allotted time they had asked me to see them. I was going to bring to the group that we should take a break for a bit after our recent forays into crime stopping or failures in such. It's been a malicious week.
Yes.
So
I mean, I will certainly not turn down more chances to put off that accursed tower. So,
yes.
you shan't hear any complaints from me.
There's also the spell books and the coin I have I could be using on actually lining my book with legible spells rather than margins of observations. She chuckles for a moment. This is going to be a very awkward relationship to start, isn't it?
Apologies.
I don't believe it is solely on you. I was much in the way you're positioned as the one being the center of attention in the relationship. So, I don't believe I ever actually gained anything substantial.
Well, I don't really think I would be much help with the whole converting or copying down spells thing, but I mean, if there's things you do need help with, I'm available.
Sure. I'm certain we could figure something out.
Mm. Maybe you could show me how you brew your potions. I know herbalism, but not quite as much like potions and poisons as I probably should.
I'd be happy to teach you. It's much like cooking, just finer measurements.
And more likely to explode.
That doesn't happen often. Unless you're working
But
with...
it does happen.
It
is
one
what I'm
time
hearing.
I had, and it wasn't catastrophic. It just smoked out the caravan for a time. But those are difficult reagents and sadly old powders, which I am unable or not knowledgeable enough to know when they truly expire, because they do not go off in a way that you can sense with taste or smell.
A case of, well, try it, and if it works, they were good.
In a sense, I probably should have not been so hasty. I think we're just gonna go around in circles now.
All right.
I mean,
The two of you.
kind of cute when you get excitable.
Yeah, no, she went from cheeks to face as she sinks into her collar. Cute. Isn't a word I've heard used to describe me often.
She just kind of like scratches at her cheek and kind of just gives like a little shrug. Eh. As she's like also like blushing and looking down like more at her food.
You know your ears light up bright red when you blush.
She kind of like looks up and like it's just like glowering at her own ears, just like traitors. Nothing to be done about it, I suppose.
I like it.
The ears are redder.
So fucking cute.
From across the table, you guys hear a crustacean go. Go ahead and kiss the girl. Oh shit! There's a cleaver. Ah! As the chef chops that lobster in half.
He just killed an awakened lobster.
Those monsters.
Yeah, he's saying too much.
Oh my god! They killed Kenny.
I worked
Okay.
so hard to get me put on this cutting board just so I could say that to them.
Sacrifice worth it.
All right, Shad, you had a thing you wanted to do before we wrapped up or something?
Well, a thing that you wanted to do, Narrow's Eyes.
I did want to confront Eloise.
Yes. So, the two of you have a wonderful time. And by the end of it all, both of you roll me a Constitution saving throw. Rencois, you have advantage.
Why don't I have advantage?
Because this is an ingested poison. Special training.
The lobster did it.
Oh
It's the
Jesus!
It's a 10.
geez, well,
I did.
it wasn't the natural one.
It's 13. Alright, so Rencois, you're a little bit more toasted than Percival is. Shockingly.
I regularly ingest poisons.
That was Rencois drank a lot relatively recently.
So yeah, the two of you have a wonderful night, and you begin to make your way back to the bar with no name. How do the two of you part ways at the stairway?
Rencois will just kind of like kick at the floor a little. The night was nice.
It was.
I guess, see you in the morning for breakfast?
She takes in a breath, and you could see in her eyes she's working up to something. As you see, she presses her fingertips to her lips and raises the press to your cheek. Yes, I'd like that. I will see you in the morning.
As she is very flushed. Yep. Good night, Percy.
Good night.
And she will turn, look at the stairs, and look back. Said Percy, we're both going upstairs, aren't we? Oh my god, this is awkward.
Well, you head off. I have to have a conversation with my dear friend Eloise.
Try not to be too mad at her.
I don't think I am.
Good. Good night.
Good
And
night.
she will smile and turn up the stairs
Alright.
and head to her room.
You go up the stairs, you go to your room, you open it up, and you see a little heart-shaped box on your bed. And written on it is, "Give this to the short stag."
We're both
Well,
short.
which one?
Do you know how little that narrows it down?
No. Give this to the short stack.
The green one.
Yeah, the green one. There you go.
You could just say, "Give it to the green one."
Yeah, give it to the green one. There you go. Give it to the green one. Say it was from you. I give you full support. And you see like a little cartoonish drawing of Neatal at the very bottom with a little thumbs up.
Each.
As she gives a chuckle and a kind of rueful smile. Thank you. Kind of just muttering it to herself.
Okay. So, Percival, you rap a tap on Eloise's door, and
A light knock. Pop, pop.
there is a message cantrip sent to you. The door's unlocked. You can come in.
I slide in and shut the door behind me quietly. What is she in bed?
As you shut the door behind you, you look up and you see that she is seated at a desk, turned away from you. And as you close the door, the chair spins, and Eloise is in it with a teacup on a saucer, her hat on her head, glasses being pushed up. I've been expecting you. There's tea on the corner.
Mage armor up.
She reaches out and grasps the tea and sits in the chair, rubbing her fingertip across the lip of the cup.
So, pleasant night? She sips.
It was.
Better
I
than
can't
you
help
expected.
feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I feel good. I can't shake this feeling of being selfish.
Because you don't plan on living at the end of your road?
I told her I'd hurt her.
You know, you don't have to. She sips. You can choose to be this happy.
She looks down at the cup. I'll think about it.
She nods. That's really all I can ever ask. Sorry if I meddled, but on the bright side, Neotal beat me to it. Sips.
Yeah, I wouldn't have suspected you if it wasn't for Rencois spilling the beans.
Yep. She was razzled. That's why she didn't wake up in the morning. Neotal had to play her to sleep.
Oh, Ellie, I'm confused. I don't know if this is right.
Well, why don't you enjoy some tea? And we'll talk about it. I'm sure it will feel a lot more right in time. She makes you feel nice, right?
I suppose, yes. It feels right. I've felt right before. Things were better when I was pushing people away and I could continue working. Now I just feel like I'm getting further away.
Well, Percival, we often find that more important things in our lives are those that we gravitate towards.
This is nice, but it's... You might be willing to leave things as they are. To forget.
I'm not forgetting, Percival.
Then what are you doing?
I'm changing the system.
The system doesn't change. The people don't want it to. You change someone who's in power, what happens when they leave? What happens when the people who enjoyed the status quo before rise up and change it the way they want it to be? Those people admonished those monsters like gods.
They did. And they were wrong for it.
They do.
But at the same time, becoming the monster that they see us as is only going to make them fear us more.
She's knocking her knuckle against the table.
Do you
That's
want to meet
exactly
him?
what I want. Meet who?
The prince.
I don't need to.
Might make you feel better.
It wouldn't.
I can see why it wouldn't.
I intend to take his kingdom from him and his people.
In a way, maybe. But Percival? What good is a hero without a monster to fight? If you give them one, it'll make others rally to the cause that you so hate. Because they
Not
will
if there's
see
no
something.
one left.
What are you gonna
Eye
do,
for an
Percival?
eye.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do, Percival? Kill the entirety of Viore?
She gives a little shrug and a smirk.
I wouldn't recommend it.
An eye for an eye, Ellie.
That's
a
not
tooth
an
for a
eye.
tooth.
That's not an eye for an eye, Percival. It's not even a tooth for a tooth. That's an eye for a body and the rest of their family. An eye for an eye would be just taking a town, a village even.
Yes. That's not good enough.
And when will it be?
She thinks for a moment. When there's nothing left.
Of them or the people?
Everything.
So you'd want to kill the people in this country as well?
Don't think I'll survive that long. No. This place is without taboo. Though there are a few stops I'll be making.
I implore you to wait on your plan, Percival, until after you see mine come to fruition.
You have plenty of time. I'll even give you a warning of when I plan to set things off.
Well, here's hoping you'll change your mind by then. I want you to be the woman I saw walk in this room, and not Percival.
Her lower lip kind of like sucks in when she grits her teeth a little. I don't know how much of them is left.
Eloise will place her teacup and her saucer and then that onto the table before she hops down from her chair and moves over to you and puts a hand on your chest. She's here with us. Right there. Our sister may not be here anymore, But our coven is still strong.
Kind of like grumbles, not making very good eye contact. You were hoping to find her. And not me.
I would have cried if I found her like I did for you. I was happy to not be alone anymore. Do you know what I've been promised by the prince?
What have you been promised by the prince, Ellie?
He'll do two things for me. One, he will try that entire order of knights for war crimes and put the ones who deserve it to death. And two, his father has access to magic. Lots of very powerful resurrection spells.
She
Can bring her
she's
back.
like starts rolling her head like side to side. Don't. What is done, Ellie. It's too late. Drag her from whatever afterlife she's been sent to. She's
Well,
gone. The time to bring her back is long past. The time to bring any of them back is long past, Ellie.
not for certain magics.
That's not what I mean. I've watched a snake with a 20-foot tail flap a hand and cause an entire city to become encased in a bubble stronger than anything I've seen. I believe anyone can be brought back from the dead. I don't think it should be done.
Oh. Well,
They're gone. And I don't want them in a world that wanted them so utterly destroyed for simply being.
I guess I just wanted them to... I guess I just wanted her to see the world we would build together. It's not too late for you to be part of that dream.
I tell you what. If I change my mind, I'll be with you on that. But if I don't, I'll bring them back to the world I'm leaving.
At least give your life without this plan of yours a chance.
I said I'd think about it.
I know. Now, I want to give you something that you probably haven't had in a long, long time. And she's going to kind of grab you by your collar and pull you in for a very tight hug.
I think when she grabs me for the collar, she does that sort of shrink back thing, just like, God, please, before she hugs her. And she hugs them back.
And that's where we will end that scene. Two sisters of a long-lost coven hugging it out in a room, discussing uncertainties for the future as we pan out and pull away. And that'll be the end of this episode of the Rains of Vitrium. Agathar, say goodbye to the people.
Peace out, peeps.
Percival, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, you people in TV land who are pretty much just us.
Rencois, say goodbye to the people.
So long.
Alright, Soren,
Farewell.
Alvidas,
Nice.
and goodbye. Soren, say goodbye to the people.
I suck at Pan Flute right now, but I'm gonna get better. I swear.
He's gonna get better at the skin flute. I mean, pan flute. Vaelyn, you're good.
Heyo.
He's not gonna be the one playing this kid flute, so.
I'm not that flexible.
He is the instrument.
Yeah.
Agathar. Do I hear you picking up another secret and or side quests for us to do?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So Vaelyn, say goodbye to the people.
You did.
Later, everyone. Are we ever going to get to this puzzle dungeon? I
No,
don't
we're
know.
taking a break. Going to beach episode.
Hell yeah.
Will everyone get their part of the 10K? Who
And
knows?
I say goodbye from all of us to all of you. If you want to see the pre-stream and get to talk to all of us after session, then by all means, please join us live on twitch.tv/DeathlyShad for
I've got a,
part 20 next week. Hooray!
I've got this
Tuesday.
feeling that everyone in the chat is going to be here to talk to us because it's all us.
I mean, hey, look, that's for now, but just you wait. One of these days. But goodbye, everyone, and we...